Chapter 1140. Kill her. I don't agree. These simple words seemed to have turned into some kind of power that instantly integrated into Rose Queen's mind, bringing a strong shock that was deeply imprinted in her heart. She hated Jun Changshao so much that when she self-destructed just now, she still wanted to go to the Falling Star continent to pester him even if she became a ghost. This hatred was not because he suddenly left, nor was it because he took half of the treasury's resources, but because of the letter that represented the letter of divorce. If it wasn't for the critical situation now, Rose Queen might have questioned Jun Changshao. Why did you divorce me? What right do you have to divorce me? Whoosh! A pill flew over and landed in her hand. Eat it. Jun Changshao still had his back to Rose Queen and said indifferently, "Get out of here." The system collapsed. It knew that Jun Changshao wanted Rose Queen to stay away from here so that she wouldn't be affected by the fight with the handsome man, but what he said was simply ruthless. It wasn't unreasonable to be single for so long. Rose Queen swallowed the pill, and when her injuries were healed, she flew away without looking back. If it were other women, they might hesitate, but the fourth-generation Spiritus Queen had been through hundreds of battles. Even if she was full of resentment, she could only step aside and leave the battlefield to Jun Changshao. "Kid," the handsome man said, "who are you?" Jun Changshao was about to give the most handsome self-introduction when Rose Queen, who flew away, said first, "He is my husband. Rose of Flowers. I've already divorced you. We have nothing to do with each other." Jun Changshao roared. Rose Queen said with a cold face, "You married me in the Spiritus continent, so you have to follow the customs of the Spiritus continent. Here, only women can divorce men, not men." The system said, "What she said is reasonable. Ignore your sister." If it weren't for the fact that he had to fight with the guy with a strong aura in the sky, Jun Changshao really wanted to have a good talk with Rose Queen and make things clear. "Tsk. The handsome man shook his head and said, "That woman's appearance is not bad. With a husband like you, it's simply, sigh, a flower stuck in cow dung." Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly burst with anger. The extremely narcissistic Go Xing could not tolerate someone describing him as cow dung. "Hey." The handsome man looked at Queen Rose and said, "I have the looks and the strength. Why don't you just divorce this pile of cow dung and marry me?" Motherf *Ker. Jun Changshao gripped the sky hegemon spear tightly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he said, "He really deserves a beating." Rose Queen said angrily, "The women of the soul race will only marry one man in their entire lives. Even if their husband dies, even if they become widows, they will not remarry. Give up on that idea." It was indeed a custom that a soul race girl would only marry one person in her lifetime. However, why did the last few sentences sound so awkward? "I'm just saying." The handsome man shook his head. His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp as he said, "Do you really think that I would take a fancy to a woman from a lowly race like you?" Swish. At this moment, Jun Changshao waved the sky hegemon's spear and pierced through the void with a powerful spear light. He knew that the other party was very strong, so he used his full strength. Under the powerful explosion of power, another scar was added to this tragic space. The handsome man sneered and gently raised his finger. Flowing light energy appeared out of thin air and shot out a powerful beam of light. Boom! The two forces collided and the space exploded again. Thump, thump, thump. Jun Changshao took a few steps back. When he stabilized his body, he looked at the handsome man who was floating in midair with a calm expression and frowned. Is this the strength of a martial emperor? When he fought with Rose Queen earlier, although he was suppressed without using his trump card, at least there was still hope. Now that he was facing a stronger opponent, he felt that he had no chance of winning at all. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the handsome man raised his hand again. A terrifying power erupted from his body and pressed down like a tsunami. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be frozen. Not good. Jun Changshao was shocked. The terrifying air wave pressed down, making it difficult for him to move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the majestic aura pressed down, it gradually condensed into a huge palm print. Then, with a rumble, it covered the ground, shaking the dust and spreading it in all directions like wave. The handsome man frowned slightly. On the right side of the cloud of dust, Jun Changshao stood panting. Sweat seeped out of his forehead. Obviously, when the palm print pressed down, he had paid a high price to break free. Don't test the opponent's strength, the system said, just unseal the hard-to-keep saber. Jun Changshao said, do you think I can defeat him by unsealing the hard-to-keep saber? The system said, unsealing it will be crushed, but unsealing it will at least give you a chance. If it doesn't work, think of a way to stall for time and refresh the high-level store. See if you can get another bottle to buy the universal talisman or a stronger trump card. That's the only way. Jun Changshao raised the overlord's spear and said coldly, if I wasn't injured, it would be easy to get rid of you. He's injured again? Queen Rose was surprised. The handsome man smiled and said, are you planning to stall for time? Or are you planning to make a 3-year or 10-year agreement with me, and then wait for you to counterattack and slap my face? F***ck. This guy seemed to be very familiar with some traditional tricks. Ding. Sect contribution points. 500,007,0000. Jun Changshao opened the high-level store. Many good items that he had not bought were replaced, making his heart ache. He could not care less. At this time, Jun Changshao needed items that could increase his combat power, so he had to get them, even if it cost him all his contribution points. Go ahead and refresh. I still have 50,000 points here, the system said. Jun Changshao was a little guilty. After all, it was only 100,000 points. If he was unlucky and did not get any useful items after 10 tries, he would lose a lot. No. The system said firmly, this is a high-level store. Every time it refreshes, there will be unexpected surprises. Indeed, there were many good things in the newly refreshed store. But most of them were martial arts and recipes, not combat power items. Refresh again, the system urged. It was not instigating the host to spend contribution points, but the current situation was critical. Every minute and second could not be wasted. Ding. Sect contribution points. 400,007,0000. Ding. Sect contribution points. 300,007,0000. Jun Changshao refreshed twice in a short time, but he did not get any superior grade combat power. He roared, where's the surprise? Where's the unexpected surprise you mentioned? Wait. He suddenly calmed down and fixed his eyes on the last item. Its name was Xianyuan Divine Armor. Xianyuan? Yellow Emperor? Shua. Jun Changshao hurriedly clicked on the introduction, and the content was, Item, Xianyuan Divine Armor Introduction, the armor made by the Yellow Emperor, the ancestor of Huaxia. It contains the power of the ancestor of humanity. Effect. After wearing it, it can protect and strengthen the body, meridians, and soul. Advantage. This divine armor is created by heaven and earth. The user does not have to suffer any side effect. Disadvantage. Only the soul of Yan Huang can wear the armor. Grade. Above divine grade price. 20,000 contribution points. Ding. Host has spent 20,000 contribution points and obtained Xianyuan Divine Armor X1. It has been transferred to the Infinite Space Ring. Ding. Sect contribution points. 100,007,0000. After reading the introduction, Jun Changshao bought it without hesitation. Even though he had spent 50,000 contribution points in a short time, he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. The system said proudly, it's a surprise. Shua. Jun Changshao stuck the sky-dominating spear under his feet, opened his arms, and looked up with a sincere face. "Ancestor, please give me strength." "Ancestor?" The handsome man smiled coldly and said, "Ridiculous." Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Suddenly, a majestic aura erupted from Jun Changshao's body, and then it began to condense from his hands to his feet. When the light dissipated, a platinum armor, boots, wrists, robes, and even a helmet were already on his body. The two words, Xianyuan, carved on the breastplate were shining brightly. Ka. Jun Changshao grabbed the sky-dominating spear. The colorful weapon paired with the platinum armor was simply a new level of coolness. He was just like Zhao Yun in the Three Kingdoms. Shua. Jun Changshao took a step forward, raised the end of the spear with his left hand, and held the center of the spear with his right hand. The entire sky-dominating spear was slanted, and he assumed a battle posture. He shouted, "I am Zhao Zilong of Shizhezhuang. Go to hell." The system roared. It was not easy to gather the atmosphere of passion, but you broke it with one sentence. Chapter 1141. P.S. Reader's reminder to fix the bug in the previous chapter. Go Xing needed to buy items to refresh the store, so 20,000 contribution points were deducted and 2 more items were added. Go Xing, I am very grateful to the reader who found the bug. Please give me the address. Wearing the Xianyuan divine armor, Jun Changshao was like a god descending to the mortal world, and the atmosphere around him became unusually hot. However, one sentence was enough to stop him. He was the one who destroyed the environment and atmosphere. Rose Queen and the handsome man naturally did not understand Shizhezhuang Zhao Zilong's joke, but they both realized that the quality of the platinum armor must be extremely high. "Kid." The handsome man was quite surprised. "You are very good." The long spear shrouded in 7-colored flowing light, from the material, was extraordinary. Now that he was wearing a set of armor, he suddenly had a strong interest. He had been robbing in the universe all year round. As long as he was interested in something, he would definitely snatch it. The handsome man raised his hand and light gathered at his fingertips. He said proudly, "What you are wearing, what you are holding, it is all mine today." Whoosh, the light beam burst out, tearing the space apart. Ta! Jun Changshao stepped on the ground and flew up. Bright light gathered at the tip of the Sky Tyrant's spear. After wearing the Xianyuan divine armor, he felt that his muscles, meridians, and even soul had a huge increase. It was as if he was looking at hundreds of millions of descendants of Yen and Huang, as if they were sitting cross-legged in the sky, instilling some kind of power into him. This is the power of the ancestors of humanity. The system said, you can also think of it as a kind of power of faith that gathered the souls of Yen and Huang. Jun Changshao, who rushed up with the spear, smiled and said, "In that case, I am not fighting alone." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Majestic airwaves gathered around him. Rose Queen, who was standing in the distance, was surprised. The airwaves that emerged seemed to have turned into thousands of thousands, and also seemed to have turned into a god, making people feel awe. "The spear is still here." Jun Changshao roared angrily, "Give me your head!" Whoosh, boom. The exploding spear light collided with the beam of light. The heavens and earth trembled violently. A large area of space collapsed and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Swish. Jun Changshao flew over at an extremely fast speed amidst the surging airwave. The Sky Tyrant's spear suddenly swept out, and the powerful spear light was like a whip, shooting towards the handsome man standing in midair. Boom! The handsome man flicked his finger, and the spear radiance exploded. He smiled and said, "Interesting." Before he put on the godly armor, Jun Changshao was no more than an ant in his eyes. He could easily trample on him. Now, he was a little more serious. Shwa! The spear light shot out once again. The handsome man leaned to the side and lightly formed a hand seal. "You know nothing about true power." Buzz. In the sky, a large hand suddenly appeared, and then fiercely pressed down. Boom! Jun Changshao was directly pressed to the ground, revealing a 5-fingered palm print. The handsome man quickly performed a series of hand incantations. Numerous palm imprints gathered in the air, carrying extremely powerful palm imprints as they pressed down on the spot where Ji Hao was falling. For a moment dust flew and the ground trembled. Rose Queen's eyes were filled with worry. Then she was overjoyed, because in the dust Jun Changshao gradually appeared. The armor on his body was intact and still shining brightly. "If this is your true power," Goxing raised his head and said proudly, "it doesn't seem to be much." A trace of anger flashed across the handsome man's face, and then he said with a smile, "Trash from a low-level plane, quite arrogant." Swish! He appeared in front of Jun Changshao out of thin air. He gently raised his right hand, which was only a few inches away from the armor, and a scorching light flashed like the sun. This guy had a calm face from beginning to end, and his speed was not fast, but the powerful aura emitted gave people a strong sense of oppression. Boom! The light exploded, creating a huge impact. Jun Changshao didn't have enough time to dodge. His chest felt as if it had been smashed by a sledgehammer. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He smashed through several mountains and created several rivers before he finally sank into the mountain. Damn it, this power is puff. With the protection of the Xianyuan divine armor, Jun Changshao's body was not injured, but his blood was violently tumbling, and he couldn't help but spurt out. The system said, "The gap is too big. Even if the host has the divine armor, he is just a moving sandbag with no chance of winning." Jun Changshao collapsed. "Why are the enemies I've encountered recently getting more and more troublesome?" The leader of the Union of 10,000 Immortals, the bald man, protested. The system said, "This shows that the host has become stronger, and the strong people you come in contact with are stronger than before. Open a bottle of champagne to celebrate? This is a battle, please take it seriously." Swish! Jun Changshao walked out of the sunken mountain, holding the sky hegemon's spear with cold eyes, and then turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The camera did not follow because, boom! In just a few seconds, Goxing was beaten back again, unlocking a new posture and sinking into the mountain. "Damn it! Even if I am a moving sandbag, I will exhaust you to death." Swish! Jun Changshao flew over again, and he was beaten back again without exchanging 2 moves with the handsome man. The scene was very awkward. However, fortunately, the defense of the Xianyuan divine armor was extremely strong. After resisting so many bombardments, it only caused his qi and blood to roll, and did not cause any substantial injuries. Cockroach? When the handsome man saw that Jun Changshao had once again appeared in his field of vision, his brows furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. This kind of low-level trash, if it was in the past, would have been destroyed many times. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao turned into an unkillable 5 undying strong, rushing over again and was beaten back again and again. The system said, "The host's energy is limited. If you can't exhaust him, you will exhaust yourself first. Unseal the hard-to-withdraw blade." Jun Changshao also wanted to do so. However, if he could not defeat the opponent with the hard-to-withdraw blade, and instead weakened himself, wouldn't he die faster? It's a pity that there is no new opening talisman, otherwise, I can transform it into the 3rd form in seconds. Right. Jun Changshao said, "I still have the stone statue. Hurry up and get rid of this unrealistic idea." The system was very resistant to the treasure that made the host lose consciousness and turn black. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "Then tell me, how should I defeat him?" "Go to the store, open the cheat to the extreme." "How many contribution points do you have?" 40,000. "Give me all of them." Ding. Sect contribution points 400, 007, 0000. Jun Changshao was about to pull down the store when Rose Queen suddenly flew over from afar, stood in front of him, and said, "Let's work together. Husband and wife duo, I think it's fine." The system said, "Get lost." Jun Changshao cursed in his heart and then said with a cold expression, "A man's battle should be resolved by a man. As a woman, leave quickly and don't get in the way." Rose Queen did not leave. She stood behind, her hand on his back, and said, "My soul race can occupy the body, and can also be used to assist and relax the soul. I will merge into your body." Jun Changshao took 2 steps forward and said, "You think I'm a fool?" Entering his body and being completely controlled by her, what was the difference between that and using the stone statue to turn black? Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the handsome man raised his finger, and a beam of light shot over. Boom! Jun Changshao crossed his hands and flew out again. Rose Queen, who was standing in place, was stunned. The beam of light was clearly aimed at her, but he took it head-on. Could it be? Rose Queen could not help but smile, and then rushed to the front of the person who had just walked out of the mountain, tiptoed and hugged him, her lips close to his ear, and whispered, "I want to enter your heart and see if I'm there." Buzz! Suddenly, a circular pattern appeared under their feet, on which there were strange patterns. "You woman!" Jun Changshao was about to push Rose Queen out, but he was shocked to find that her body was gradually turning illusory, and then like a ray of light enveloped him. "I've been conquering planes for thousands of years, and I've always possessed a woman's body. You are the first man, and the only man. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." The ray of light around her ignored the Xianyuan divine armor and directly merged into Jun Changshao's body. A majestic green aura emerged from the pattern and completely enveloped him. Is this the soul race's divine ability? The handsome man stood in midair, holding his chin with interest. This time, he came to the soul race's continent because of this divine ability that could merge into other living beings, so he really wanted to see what was special about it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green light burst out from the green energy that had gathered into a ball, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the handsome man. Boom! Ka ka ka! The surrounding space cracked and collapsed quickly. Bam! The handsome man fell to the ground in a rather sorry state, and he looked up with a surprised expression. In the area where he was just floating, the guy in platinum armor stood proudly. Not only was his body covered by a majestic green attribute, but even his hair was green. Green. Jun Changshao was green. Boom! At this moment, he flashed in front of the handsome man and elbowed him in the face with an unstoppable force and sent him flying dozens of meters away. My power! Jun Changshao raised his hand and said in disbelief, "It's actually so strong." The system exclaimed, "The host's hair is not only green, but his voice is also feminine." It was not feminine, but Jun Changshao's voice that had both a male and female voice. One was his own voice, and the other was Rose Queen's voice. Chapter 1142. Jun Changshao, whose entire body was enveloped by green attributes, even his hair had turned green. If he appeared in the land of China, he would definitely be laughed at. After all, the green that represented color had already been played to death. However, in another world, there was no problem. Because of the difference in culture, green was green, and there was no other meaning. Jun Changshao didn't care about whether it was green or not. At this moment, he was more concerned about the great increase in his strength, as if he had used the universal talisman. That feeling, it was so good, so good. Husband. Suddenly, Rose Queen's voice sounded in his ear. You now have all of my strength. Coupled with your own strength, you shouldn't be weaker than that guy. The supernatural powers of the soul race were usually used to attach to living beings and then find an opportunity to possess them to improve their own strength. There were very few who were willing to assist and contribute. And what surprised Rose Queen was that every meridian and every inch of Jun Changshao's skin seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. It was so perfect that it was impeccable. It was not casual for the soul race to attach to living beings. They would usually calculate the compatibility after fusing with the body, and only when it reached 60% would they be considered qualified. The degree of fusion between Rose Queen and Jun Changxiao's body had reached 100%. It was precisely because of the extremely high compatibility that the chemical reaction produced after the fusion of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. I see. Jun Changxiao's lips curled up into a smile, and his eyes flickered with fighting spirit. Just now, he was still resisting Rose Queen's assistance, but now that he felt the powerful strength, he was so excited that he was about to sing. It was truly a textbook-level large-scale performance. Shua! Jun Changxiao raised his hand, and the Sky Tyrant's spear flew over from afar. His eyes were cold as he said, "Remember, don't call me husband anymore." Rose Queen's voice sounded in his ear, "Okay, husband." Whoosh, dust flew and the ground exploded. Jun Changxiao had already rushed to the handsome man's front. A cold light arrived first, and then the spear pierced over like a dragon. It doesn't take 3 years to counterattack and slap the face. Whoosh whoosh. The spear light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Jun Changxiao, whose green hair danced wildly in the wind, shouted angrily, 3 seconds is enough. Swish. The tip of the spear flashed, and a beam of spear light instantly shot out, tearing the space apart, dragging out dozens of miles of flowing light. Looking down from above, it was as if a giant had slashed the space with a giant blade. Jun Changxiao was a 5th-grade sword and martial saint. With the help of Rose Queen, who was infinitely close to becoming a martial emperor, his cultivation could be described as exploding. However, the handsome man dodged in advance and hovered in the air. He grinned and said, "This is interesting." Shua! Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him out of thin air, and his spear swept across with a tyrannical aura. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the two sides engaged in a close-range combat of the highest quality at a frequency that was hard to see with the naked eye. The space had no choice but to surrender and collapse under the disturbance of power. Boom! After dozens of moves, the handsome man fell from the sky. When he was about to hit the ground, his body suddenly recovered from its unbalanced state. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on a stone. Buzz! An energy ripple burst out in all directions. Except for the stone that the handsome man stepped on, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles instantly collapsed in a wave-like shape. In a battle of this level, even if the opponent's strength was reduced, it was still so powerful. It was really too shocking. 7 mysterious sunglow break. High in the sky, Jun Changxiao raised the 7-colored flowing light spear in a chopping position. The 3 colors of red, orange, and yellow gathered on the spear body, and then suddenly swung it, turning into an unparalleled ray of light. Not good. The handsome man's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The whole ground suffered a strong bombardment, and a deep and long trench instantly cracked open. From a high altitude, it looked like it was directly divided into 2. The handsome man, who dodged in advance, looked extremely serious. The sunglow break that guy just used was extraordinary at first glance. He had a powerful weapon, a powerful armor, and now a powerful martial art. Where did this guy come from? Shijiazhuang Zhao Zilong? The handsome man began to quickly flip through the memories in his sea of consciousness, but he had never heard of Shijiazhuang, let alone Zhao Zilong. If Jun Changxiao knew that he was just shouting on a whim, and the result was crazy imagination, he would definitely laugh until he was convulsing. Huff huff! While the handsome man was thinking for a short while, the powerful 7 mysterious sunglow break attacked again. Needless to say, Jun Changxiao, who had greatly increased his strength, used this martial art, and its power was stronger than before, and he had only learned 3 fragments. If he could find the other fragments and cultivate the complete 7 mysterious sunglow break, its power would definitely break through the sky. After the fragments of martial arts were bought, they would be stolen from other planes, which meant that when the day came, there would be at least a few victims waiting in line. For example, in the distant, endless universe, one black and one white were moving forward rapidly, and sometimes they would fight until the universe collapsed before continuing their journey. Big black fool. A voice came from the white light. Are you sure that the missing fragments are in the mortal plane? An unhappy voice came from the black light. Don't follow me if you don't believe me. I'll find it myself. The person in the white light was silent for a while before saying, I'll believe you this once. However, with our cultivation, if we force our way into the mortal plane, our cultivation will definitely drop greatly. If you and I use the heaven and earth reversal technique together, we should be able to preserve part of our cultivation and enter the mortal plane, then find the fragments and come back quickly. Ah! The white light laughed. I was wondering why you, big black fool, took the initiative to find me. So you have this idea. The so-called heaven and earth reversal technique required two people to use it at the same time. Humph. The person in the black light said coldly, when we find the fragments, you and I will decide who is the winner. Okay. The two black and white lights reached an agreement and headed toward the endless starry sky. If they didn't turn all the way until they broke through the restrictions of space, they would reach the area where the soul race's continent was. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Jun Changshao and the handsome man fought again. The space within 1,000 miles was shattered, and the ground was sunken and cracked. The scene was like the end of the world. There were only 2 emperor-level cultivators fighting. If there were a few more, the soul race's continent would definitely be torn apart like the falling star continent 10,000 years ago. Ka. Jun Changshao and the handsome man exchanged more than 100 moves. The ground below finally couldn't bear the load, and began to crack irregularly. They gradually moved away from each other. Looking from the sky, a large part of the plane had been destroyed and was getting further and further away from the main body, gradually forming an independent ground plate. Boom boom boom. Ka. The battle continued. Powerful power erupted wantonly, and the ground and space either cracked or collapsed. Boom. Boom. Jun Changshao and the handsome man fell on 2 distant lands like cannonballs. There was an extremely deep trench between them. Queen Rose, who was playing support, saw her home fall apart and felt the thin heaven and earth attributes gradually merge into the broken space. She felt a stabbing pain in her heart. My ancestors in the falling star continent have also experienced your pain, Jun Changshao said indifferently. They were integrated into one, and their minds were connected. Of course, Queen Rose couldn't feel the existence of the system because it was an unsolvable bug. Only Jun Changshao could communicate with it. You want to divorce me because my soul race once invaded the falling star continent? Yes. Jun Changshao said, we have a feud. That's the order of Queen Ling Ping. It has nothing to do with me. Queen Rose said. If it were you, you would also invade the falling star continent because your soul race is a natural predator. There is no if. It was Ling Ping who invaded your continent, not me. When Queen Rose said the last 3 words, her voice was so high that it became a scream. Jun Changshao's eardrums were buzzing. The system didn't want to be a third wheel. It really wanted to interrupt. You two are fighting. Can you be serious? I don't want to talk to you. Jun Changshao waved the sky-dominating spear and rushed to the handsome man again. A fierce battle began again. The continent of the soul race continued to collapse, and the main body was divided into many small plates again. In the major cities, the people of the soul race knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. Even if the houses and the earth trembled violently, they didn't intend to escape. At this time, they could only believe that the queen would expel the foreign enemies and return the continent to peace. One day later, the originally complete continent of the soul race had several continents of different sizes separated from the main body. The trenches were filled with seawater, and they looked at each other across the sea. This kind of terrain change hadn't ended yet because Jun Changshao and the handsome man were still fighting. They were still fighting to the death. Boom! There was another explosion in the sky. The handsome man landed on the ground and looked at Jun Changshao, who was separated by the seawater. He smiled and said, "This supernatural power of the soul race is really good. If it is attached to me, my strength will only be stronger." After fighting with Jun Changshao for a day and a night, he didn't gain any advantage. He could smile because he hadn't used his real strength yet. "Kid." The handsome man raised his hand proudly and said, "The battle between you and me can end now." 1. A 3-foot-long sword appeared out of thin air and erupted with an unparalleled pressure. Jun Changshao frowned. Just from the aura of this sword, it wasn't inferior to his 9 heavens and 10 earths sky-dominating spear. Not only were the opponents he encountered getting stronger and stronger, but their equipment was also getting better and better. "This is really a great, I must snatch it." The handsome man was known as the Galactic Bandit King, and he made a living by robbing the major planes. Although Jun Changshao wasn't a bandit, he had done a lot of robbing over the years. Moreover, he had rich experience and methods. "Are you interested in my equipment?" "Sorry, I'm also interested in your equipment. Since everyone wants it, let's see who has the ability to snatch it." Clang! There was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Whoosh! An incomparably powerful sword energy directly slashed over, leaving a deep sword mark in the space. The wind whistled as if it was crying in grief. If it wasn't for the fact that their strength didn't allow it, the Soul Race continent really wanted to forcefully open the door to the plane battlefield and let the two lords go to a higher plane to wreak havoc, instead of riding on their bodies and using their swords to cut off their flesh piece by piece. Bang! Jun Changshao charged straight in and used the sky-dominating spear to break the sword light. Then, he used the rainbow light break to bombard it again. Both he and the handsome man used their weapons and entered a serious state. Therefore, it would only increase the burden on the continent and cause it to fall apart even faster. However, after dozens of moves, Jun Changshao's speed and attack power were obviously declining. After separating, he was suspended in midair, and his breathing had become rapid. The handsome man smiled and said, "After all, you relied on the soul race's ability to increase your strength. Even if you have the strength to contend with me, how can you have my inexhaustible energy?" Jun Changshao was silent. With the Xianyuan divine armor and the support of the Rose Queen, he was not weaker than the handsome man in terms of strength. However, the psionic energy in the spirit core was far from comparable. After all, it was only an increase in strength, not an increase in realm. There was no qualitative change in the energy supply. "I've been rampaging through the universe for hundreds of years. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent. Today I'll play with you." The handsome man quickly rushed over, the 3-feet-long sword in his hand slashing out a sword light, carrying with it an explosive power. Boom! Jun Changshao used his spear to break it, and a lot of psionic energy was consumed. The Rose Queen said, "When the energy is exhausted to a certain limit, you and I will be forced to separate, so there's not much time left. Hurry up and think of a way to deal with him." Because of the fusion in a support form, she could only provide Jun Changshao with strength, but could not control the body to take the lead. "I want to get rid of him too. However, my strength doesn't allow it. Use your previous petrification ability," the Rose Queen suggested. The system roared, "Don't listen to her." Pung! The Sky Tyrant spear stabbed into the ground. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands, looked at the handsome man with a playful smile, and said with a cold gaze, "I want to complete the mission, I want to kill this guy." The system collapsed. "You will lose your mind and become a demon. With you here, I'm not afraid." The system couldn't wait to run out, kick him back to Earth, and continue to be an otaku loser. Schwa! Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the stone statue that seemed to seal the evil power appeared again, and then was directly clamped between his palms. Huff, huff. The wind whistled and his green hair danced wildly. Jun Changshao said in a low voice, "If I become a Buddha, there will be no demons in the world. If I become a demon, what can Buddha do to me?" "No, don't." Huff, huff, huff. The stone statue's power instantly merged into his body. Jun Changshao raised his head and roared with a ferocious expression, and strange lines outlined on his neck and the back of his hands. The handsome man furrowed his brows. This is... When he saw Jun Changshao's whole body turning into a stone statue and his strength increasing rapidly, his face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "The stone statue's remarkable ability. He couldn't let him change. Otherwise, it would be troublesome." Schwa, schwa. After a brief shock, the handsome man made all kinds of complicated hand seals, and only saw that above the petrified Jun Changshao, dazzling patterns appeared out of thin air, and all kinds of energy beams instantly shot out. Full power. The power was extremely terrifying. However, under the ruthless pressure of all kinds of energy, Jun Changshao had finished his transformation. His right hand raised, and the sky tyrant spear broke out of the ground, drawing a gorgeous stream of light. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, all kinds of energy that pressed down from all directions were broken, and all kinds of patterns that existed in the sky exploded on the spot. Thump, thump, thump. The handsome man took a few steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. He said with a face full of disbelief, "How does this guy have the remarkable ability of the Upper Realm's Stone Statue clan?" Die. At this moment, Jun Changxiao's huge figure appeared in front of the handsome man, and a petrified palm that was as heavy as 100,000 mountains pressed down fiercely. Boom! A large piece of the ground suddenly cracked, and then moved to the west. In the deepest part of the starry sky, the black and white stream of light had stopped, and the yin-yang fish pattern gradually appeared, like a huge mirror suspended in the universe and spinning non-stop. Suddenly, the person in the black light opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Someone in the mortal plane seems to have shaken the deep space. We can take the opportunity to sneak in, and this way, we won't be spied on by the heavenly axiom. There's a high chance that we can preserve some of our strength. What are you waiting for? Hurry! Hurry!" The black and white people hurriedly used the heaven and earth reversal technique, and the yin-yang fish pattern suspended above spun faster. A moment later, they said in unison, "Heaven and earth reversal, yin and yang reverse chaos." Whoosh! Whoosh! The two instantly turned into black streams of light, respectively entering the black and white areas of the yin-yang fish, and then disappeared without a trace, outside the Soul Clan's continent in the dark starry sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Space suddenly tore, and two black and white streams of light rushed out. When the light dissipated, two middle-aged men appeared. One was in white and the other was in black. If they wore a tall hat and stuck out their tongues, they could totally cosplay as the black and white impermanent. Their eyes were sharp, and their temples were bulging. From the perspective of a martial arts novel, they were definitely experts. "Damn it," the man in black said angrily. "Although we relied on the spatial turbulence to come in, our realm is still inevitably suppressed." "It's already not bad," the man in white said indifferently. "It's only suppressed to the level of martial emperor. With our martial arts experience we can do whatever we want in the mortal plane." "Not bad." The man in black immediately felt relieved. "Don't stand there in a daze," the man in white said lightly. "Hurry up and search for the whereabouts of the remnant scroll." The man in black was about to close his eyes and use his special ability when he suddenly realized that there were obvious energy fluctuations coming from the plane next to him. "Let's go," the two of them said in unison. "Let's go and watch the show." They knew that there were people fighting in the plane. It was because of this that they were able to easily sneak into the mortal plane. Whoosh, whoosh. The man in black and the man in white broke the spatial barrier of the soul race's continent and easily entered. The first thing that appeared in their vision was the scene of a continent that had been torn apart. TSK. What a tragic fight! The two of them looked into the distance at the same time and saw a petrified creature stomping on the ground. Big black fool. The man in white rubbed his eyes and said in surprise, "This seems to be a member of the stone statue race. Why would it appear in the mortal plane?" The man in black was also puzzled. At this moment, Jun Changshao, who was stomping on the ground, suddenly looked up. His red eyes locked onto the two uninvited guests in the sky, and he said in a low voice, "That guy's companions?" Swoosh. He shot over with an imposing aura. The man in black said, "This person has already turned dark. He hits everyone he sees." The man in white touched his nose and said with a smile, "I wanted to thank him for allowing us to come to the mortal world so easily. But since he's so rude, then, boom!" Suddenly, Jun Changshao had already charged in front of him and smashed his right knee into his abdomen. In slow motion, one could clearly see the smile on the man in white's face gradually disappear before being replaced by a ferocious expression as his eyes bulged. Swoosh! He flew out like a cannonball and turned into a streak of starlight. The man in black standing at the side was stunned. Was the stone statue race that strong? He sent White Rakshasa, whose cultivation was temporarily suppressed to martial emperor, flying with a single move. Swoosh! Jun Changshao turned around and threw a clean right hook. The man in black could catch it, but the other party's punch was too fast. His powerful cultivation was suppressed, and he could not coordinate perfectly with his body. In the end, he could only use his left cheek to take it. Boom! He fell at extreme speed and smashed into the ground. Thud! The man in white who was sent flying also landed. The two powerhouses who thought they could do whatever they wanted in the mortal world were lying side by side. One was beaten until his eyelids were rolled back, while the other was beaten until he was foaming at the mouth. Damn it! The handsome man stood up from the deep pit with a bruised face in the area where Jun Changshao had stepped on previously. His armor was in tatters, and he said angrily, "I will definitely return." Swoosh! A warship appeared out of thin air. The handsome man jumped on and disappeared without a trace. "Chase! Don't let that guy escape!" Rose Queen's voice rang in Jun Changshao's ears, but the latter ignored her. He landed in front of the man in white and the man in black, grabbed their heads, and smashed them into the ground. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The brutality of the scene was unbearable to look at. P.S. 5,500 plus chapters. Chapter 1143. In order to find the scroll fragment, the white-robed man and the black-robed man did not hesitate to use the heaven and earth reversal technique to sneak into the mortal universe. Their cultivation was also suppressed to the level of a martial emperor. It was not a big problem. An expert of this level could easily beat up a mortal martial artist of the same level. So, there was an accident. Coincidentally, they met the dark Jun Changshao. Under normal circumstances, a few Go Xing with cheats would not be able to beat a martial emperor. But now, with the help of the Rose Queen and the stone statue's power, it was simply too strong. So, the two experts, the black and white impermanents, became punching bags on the Spirida's continent. They were ravaged by the dark Jun Changshao. Needless to say, these two brothers were really good at taking a beating. They were pressed to the ground repeatedly. Although one of them had a crooked mouth and eyes, and the other was foaming at the mouth, they still did not faint. The process was too cruel, so there was no need to describe it. In short, the appearance of these two super punching bags allowed the handsome man to escape. They attracted all of Jun Changshao's firepower and did not do more cruel things, such as slaughtering the Spiridas and destroying the entire plane. Boom! 2 hours later, The black and white impermanence sank into a deep pit. Damn it! The white-robed man tried to strike a pose on the ground and said, "Don't think that I can't beat you. I just don't want to hurt the innocent. Come on." Bam! A kick came at him. The white-robed man's head sank into the ground. His hands and legs trembled slightly. The black-robed man buried his face in the soil and pretended that he had fainted from the torture. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changshao did not continue the violence. Instead, he held his head with both hands with a ferocious expression. He bared his teeth and screamed. His voice reverberated in the shattered space like a ghost's cry. "White Rakshasa, are you still alive?" the black-robed man asked telepathically. The white-robed man, whose head was sunk in the soil, said, "Don't worry. If anyone dies, you die first." The black-robed man said, "This guy has completely darkened. We have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, even with the invincible Vajra body, we will be tortured to death. If our cultivation is not suppressed, how can this mortal trash hurt us?" The white-robed man said angrily. The black-clothed man transmitted his voice, "Don't say anything useless. The only thing we can do now is to join hands with us and use the heaven and earth seal to bind this guy. Only then will we have a chance to escape. I really don't want to cooperate with you. Do you think I want to?" Although the two of them were equally matched in strength and cultivated the same martial arts, they did not see eye to eye with each other. Bickering had become a daily occurrence. "Come or not?" "Come." Bam! Bam bam! The white-robed man and the black-robed man seemed to have a telepathic connection. They both slapped the ground and their bodies flew up. If it were the handsome man, he would have been seriously injured and fainted after being tortured by Jun Changshao for such a long time. Two masters from the upper realm could still get up in such a fancy way. Their bodies were really strong. Swoosh! The black-white earth, earth immortal, earth white immortal. Whoosh! God whoosh! Black and white shadows split out from their bodies and surrounded Jun Changshao. They were all sitting cross-legged, as if they were the 18 arhats chanting mantras. Swish! Flowing light soared into the sky, and the barrier materialized. This was the heaven and earth seal. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than an alternative sealing formation that used humans as the formation core. After the solid barrier was formed, Jun Changshao was freed from the pain. His eyes became even redder, and his ruthless aura became even more powerful. It was as if he had truly turned into a demon that had walked out of hell. Black and white impermanence frowned. In the upper realm, the Stone Statue clan, which was known as the craziest and most belligerent race, had actually appeared in the mortal realm. Moreover, they had even used their divine ability to completely turn into darkness. That was definitely an existence that could destroy the world. "White Rakshasa," the black-robed man said solemnly, "since you and I have met, why don't we enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of him? Perhaps we can receive less punishment when we return to the upper realm." At first, he had planned to seal it and escape, but now he had changed his mind. The main reason was that he had made a mistake by sneaking into the mortal realm. If he helped this low-level realm survive a catastrophe, perhaps he could make up for it. Okay. The White Rakshasa agreed readily. He did not want to reduce the punishment of the upper realm, but he had been brutally abused when he had just arrived in the mortal realm. He had to avenge this. The Stone Statue clan's divine ability has a certain time limit after it is activated. We just need to delay this guy and wait for the ruthless aura in his body to be completely exhausted. The black-robed man said. "How long?" 4 to 6 hours if it's short, 2 to 3 days if it's long. The white-robed man's mouth twitched slightly. 4 to 6 hours was still acceptable. If he really forced himself to hold on for 2 to 3 days, even if the ruthless aura in that guy's body was exhausted, he would probably be paralyzed from exhaustion. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Jun Changshao, who was inside the heaven and earth seal, had already begun to bombard the barrier. Instantly, energy ripples appeared. Hold on! The black Rakshasa steadied his mind and shouted, "Don't let him break through!" The white-robed man hurriedly concealed his spirit and chi. His powerful soul energy poured into the formation barrier, reinforcing it in all directions to prevent the black-robed man from breaking out. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao had completely lost his mind. All he could think about was destruction, so he bombarded the defensive barrier without holding back. 2 days later, the black and white deities were still sitting cross-legged high in the sky. The figures they conjured were like eminent monks chanting scriptures and chanting Buddhist scriptures. For more than 40 hours, Jun Changshao had been bombarding the seal formation. Although he could not break it open, the burden on the brothers was extremely great. Another day passed. The bombardment from the inside gradually weakened, allowing the black and white deities to let out a long sigh of relief. Whoosh! 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 Inside the seal formation, Jun Changshao stood in place, panting. At this moment, his eyes were sometimes red and sometimes clear. The ruthless aura in his body was also gradually receding. Plop! When the controlling force receded like the tide, Jun Changshao directly collapsed on the ground. His thoughts, which seemed to be lost in the endless void, also regained control of his mind. Damn you! Just as he regained consciousness, a deafening roar came. I told you not to use the stone statue. Why didn't you listen? Jun Changshao, who had used it twice, was not too confused. He lay on the ground to rest for a while and asked, "What about that navigation king? You chased him away. Have you completed the main mission?" No. Jun Changshao did not say anything else. It was as if his body had been hollowed out. He did not have any strength left. Whoosh! At this moment, the defensive barrier around them dissipated. The black and white deities' faces were slightly haggard as they landed. They looked coldly at Jun Changshao. "Kid." The white-robed man squatted down and said indifferently, "Aren't you very awesome? Stand up and hit us." You are?" The system hurriedly told him what had happened in the past few days. Jun Changshao knew that he had beaten the two of them like sandbags for a long time. He said apologetically, Two of you, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation." Whoosh! The white-robed man grabbed Go Xing and roared, "I'll torture you first and then listen to your explanation. Is that okay?" Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a green wave of air emerged from Jun Changshao's body. His green hair instantly turned black. This sudden change made the white-robed man's expression change slightly. Immediately, he smelled a strong rose fragrance in the air. Rose Queen, who had separated from Jun Changshao's body, stood behind him. She took out the red lotus devil moon blade and pressed the sharp blade against his neck. She said coldly, "Torture him? I don't agree." Chapter 1144. Jun Changshao, who had regained his consciousness, was already weak, so much so that he didn't even have the strength to resist when he was picked up by others. It was mainly because he was dominated by a ruthless aura, crazily bombarding the seal formation for 3 days. The white Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa weren't much better. After being brutally beaten up, they had to stabilize the formation for 3 days. At this moment, their faces were pale and extremely weak, but they could still walk normally. Was this a misunderstanding? Listen to his explanation? Don't listen, don't listen. The white Rakshasa only had one thought now, to return all the torture he had suffered before. Although his current state was very bad, there was definitely no problem in torturing a guy who was even weaker than him. However, if he wanted to torture Jun Changshao, he had to ask if the Rose Queen agreed. Sorry, not only did she not agree, she even took out the red lotus demonic moonblade and placed it on the white Rakshasa's neck. Her cold eyes revealed an aura of, "If you touch him, I'll kill you." The expression on the white Rakshasa's face became interesting. For the remnant scroll, he used the heaven and earth reversal technique to come to the mortal plane. He thought that he could run rampant with the big black fool, but he was brutally beaten up as soon as he arrived. Now, he was being threatened by a woman. Shua. He let go of his hand, patted off the dust on Jun Changxiao's shoulder, and said with a smile, "How can I bear to torture such a handsome young man?" He had such a reason to be scared, as expected of an expert. Jun Changxiao was too weak. After being released, he couldn't support his body and collapsed like mud. The Rose Queen caught him and said gently, "If you are crippled in the future, I will take care of you for the rest of your life." Jun Changxiao wanted to roar, but his body's condition didn't allow it. A strong tiredness even surged in his heart, and his head tilted to the side and he fainted. An earth-shattering battle had completely ended, but the damage caused by the powerful might would never be restored. For example, the originally complete continent of the Soul race had been beaten into several pieces. They drifted far away across the sea, looking at the mother body from afar. The worst was the area where Jun Changxiao and the handsome man fought. The collapse of space was extremely serious, and the ground was also filled with pits. Without a long time, it would be difficult to restore it to its original state. The only good thing was, because it was very far away from the Soul race's area of activity, it did not cause a great loss of life. However, after this battle, the continent was torn apart, and the spiritual energy had declined severely. The living environment was even worse than before. After returning to the palace, Queen Rose listened to the reports from all over the world. Every time she sat in her bedroom, she would frown and sigh. Although she had fused with Jun Changxiao and chased away that handsome man, such a calamity would only make the lives of her people even more difficult. As the ruler of this dimension, how could she not be worried? Putting down the memorial in her hand, Rose Queen turned around to look at Jun Changxiao, who had been lying on the bed in a coma for 2 days. She gently leaned her face against his chest and whispered, "Husband, what should I do?" Fortunately, Go Xing had fainted. Otherwise, he would definitely have pushed her out and said, "We're all immortals. Can you stop harassing me?" The side effects of the stone statue power were more severe than before. Jun Changxiao was unconscious for 5 days before he woke up. Rose Queen had been taking care of him in her bedroom. She did not attend the morning court, nor did she approve the memorials. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing. You're back. Don't think that I came back to help you. I'm actually helping myself. No matter what the reason is, I have to thank you. Thank you for saving the Soul race continent." In order to keep a certain distance from this woman, Jun Changxiao, who had just recovered, struggled to stand up, dragged his weak body out of the bedroom, and then sat in the small pavilion outside. Rose Queen stood in front of the window of the bedroom, a smile that only a young woman would have appeared on her face. She said infatuatedly, "My husband is so handsome. It's over." The Soul race queen had fallen. The origin of their feelings was not because Jun Changxiao suddenly came to protect her, but because the two of them met from the beginning and then slowly sublimated through contact. "How long will it take for me to recover in my current state?" Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in the small pavilion, asked irritably. The system said, "About 1.5 years." Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "That guy with the word handsome on his face might come again. I have to hurry back to the falling star continent." The system said, "Judging from the extent to which the host beat him up, it will take a long time to recover." "Really? Touch your conscience and say, when have I ever lied to the host?" Not really. Although the system was always promoting, it had helped Jun Changxiao a lot. Moreover, he had to bear the risk of being slapped in the face every day. This kind of system that did not force the host to do anything and would stand up at the critical moment, except for the occasional complaint, was simply too kind. "Even if that guy won't come, I have to heal my injuries as soon as possible." Jun Changxiao planned to use the space-time secret realm to offset the period of weakness, but there were still a few days until a month had passed since the last time he entered, so he could only wait. Right. Who are the two people I beat up? They should be passers-by. To be precise, the black and white Rakshasas came to watch the show, but instead of watching the show, they were sad. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "In my irrational state, I beat them up for 2 hours, and they were still able to set up a formation to wear me down. Their strength is not simple." "It's more than not simple," the system said. "I think it's terrifying." Jun Changshao did not remember what happened before. It saw the two people being pressed to the ground and rubbing against each other, but nothing happened. They were simply monsters. Where are the two of them? Locked up in the dungeon by the Rose Empress. Jun Changshao went to the dungeon. As soon as he walked in, he saw the black and white Rakshasas sitting cross-legged in a high-class cell, bound by heavy chains. Even if their cultivation was suppressed, they could easily break out with their strength. However, because of the stabilizing seal, they were still in a weakened state, so they could only obediently be prisoners. What a pity! Jun Changshao thought. They are not locked up in the dungeon of the Sect of all times, or else Zhao Daodu would have cellmates again. Both of you. He sat down and said, "I'm really sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose." These two were very strong. Jun Changshao, who craved talents, hoped that he could bury the hatchet and form a good relationship with them. It would be even better if he could trick them into joining the sect. "Humph!" The black Rakshasa snorted coldly. The white Rakshasa said angrily, "Brat, if not for certain reasons, the two of us could crush you as easily as crushing an ant. I can tell at a glance that the two of you are mighty and virtuous experts." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Naturally, the Prime Minister is magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to Jun's level." The black and white Rakshasa almost vomited blood. "When you were in your dark state, you tortured us to death. If not for the fact that they were from the upper realm and had strong bodies that mortals did not have, they would have died thousands of times already." "Both of you?" Jun Changshao asked. "Where are you from?" "Brat." The white Rakshasa said coldly, "Don't ask where we are from, because if we tell you, you will be scared to death." "Scared to death?" Jun Changshao scratched his head and said with a smile, "To be honest, Jun has been scared since he was young. Unless you are from the upper realm." "That's right." The white Rakshasa said proudly, "We are from the upper realm." The atmosphere instantly froze. Jun Changshao's expression became interesting. Then, he burst out laughing. He tried to hold it in, but he could not. In the end, he burst out laughing uncontrollably. The upper realm? Why is he so funny? Why is he so ridiculous? Chapter 1145. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. Jun Changshao clutched his stomach, laughing so hard that the muscles on his face were about to cramp. From the upper realm? That was the funniest joke he had ever heard. The reason was, if they really came from the upper realm, they were definitely powerful beings who could destroy the world. How could they be tortured to death by him, and how could they be locked up in a prison cell? If he understood He Wudi's past, he would understand why upper realm martial artists were so weak in the mortal world. Seeing Jun Changshao laughing so hard in his chair, the black and white Rakshasa were so angry that their faces turned green. Being tortured was one thing. Furthermore, he was being ridiculed by the martial artists of the mortal world. Host, don't laugh anymore. The system said seriously. These two might really be from the upper realm. Jun Changshao immediately stopped laughing and said, What do you mean? The system said, Based on the strength of the mortal world's martial artists, no martial emperor would be able to withstand the host's dark state. For example, the handsome man who was beaten away, but the two of them did not rely on any equipment to withstand it. Maybe they have a good foundation, so their bodies are stronger? Jun Changshao said. The system said angrily, Do you think they're like the host and the disciple, who strengthened their bodies to a terrifying level from the very beginning? Relying on the various products in the system store, Jun Changshao and the Sect of All Time's bodies were far stronger than martial artists of the same level. It also provided them with good conditions to fight against those of a higher level. Even the reborn Night Emperor had only just started to focus on cultivating his realm. In the early stages, he was training his body in preparation for breaking through the void. Only one reason? Jun Changshao said. The system said, also, the formation they used to restrain you was obviously a very powerful and profound martial art. Jun Changshao said, since they're from the upper realm, why were they tortured by me? This. The system could not understand and could only say, maybe there's more to it. Jun Changshao rubbed his stiff face and looked at the black and white Rakshasa, saying, why didn't you come to the upper realm to seek torture and excitement in the mortal world? He chose to believe in the system, so he temporarily treated the two of them as if they were from the upper realm. Bai Luocha said angrily, if it weren't for the fact that our scrolls were stolen by someone else, why would we come here to suffer? Remnant scroll? Jun Changshao looked very calm on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. It can't be the 7 profound sunglow break, right? The system said, it can't be that coincidental. Jun Changshao broke down and said, the second scroll was stolen from the Rose Queen. Are these two brothers the original owners of the first and third scrolls? The system was speechless. The universe is so big. The host must have met them 10,000 times in his previous life. White Rakshasa. The black Rakshasa said with a dark expression, you talk too much. He had originally been smuggled down here illegally, so how could he reveal his identity as someone from the upper realm, and even mention the matter of the remnant scroll? His tongue was too big. Humph. Bai Rakshasa said proudly, since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? The black Rakshasa looked at Jun Changshao and said coldly, since you know where we're from, you should be tactful and untie us. Otherwise, the two of you. Jun Changshao walked over and put one hand on each of their shoulders, gently pulling them over. He lowered his voice and said, what a coincidence, I'm also from the upper realm. The black Rakshasa and the white Rakshasa were surprised. Forgot. This guy could use the stone statue race's special ability, so he must be from the upper realm too. Jun Changshao did not expect that the two of them would immediately believe him just as he was about to bluff them. The process could not have been easier. Are you looking for the 7 profound sunglow break scroll? Jun Changshao's voice was still very low, making the atmosphere very mysterious and strange. The white Rakshasa was shocked. How did you know? The black Rakshasa, who seemed to be more intelligent, also had a look of disbelief on his face. After all, this kind of secret manual was not something that ordinary people had the right to know. Because, Jun Changshao said, this is a martial art passed down by my sect's ancestors. This sentence shocked the white Rakshasa. She asked, may I know which sect you're from? Sect of All Times. Jun Changshao said. Sect of All Times? The black Rakshasa and the white Rakshasa looked at each other blankly. The two of them tried hard to recall the major sects in the upper realm, but they had never heard of the Sect of All Times. Jun Changshao explained, the Sect of All Times is not based in the upper realm, but in the fallen star continent. Before our ancestors ascended, they left behind the 7 profound sunglow break, and it became one of the sect's signature martial arts. The one of was used very flirtatiously, clearly telling the black Rakshasa and the white Rakshasa that there was a martial art in the sect that was not inferior to the 7 profound sunglow break. Impossible, the black Rakshasa said. The 7 profound lord is a legendary almighty in the upper realm. How could he leave the martial art he created in the lower realm? We'll talk about it again. The white Rakshasa added, there are also no records in the history books that the 7 profound lord ascended from the fallen star continent. The two of them had obtained the 3rd remnant scroll for some time, so they definitely had the most detailed investigation and understanding of the Almighty who created the martial art. Jun Changshao said, "Even if some things are not recorded, it doesn't mean that they didn't happen. Both of you, please take a look at what this is." Go Xing directly used his ultimate move, taking out the first, second, and third remnant scrolls of the 7 profound sunglow break. Of course, they were just copies printed by the system. In the Sect of all times, as long as one had a certain level of strength, almost every disciple had a copy. The black Rakshasa and the white Rakshasa's eyes widened. The 3 remnant scrolls on the ground, especially the third one, were exactly the same as the one they had obtained before, apart from not having that special aura. The black Rakshasa was shocked. Could this be a copy? Sigh. Jun Changshao said with a pained expression, "The Sect of all times did not keep it properly, causing the original scrolls to be stolen. Now we only have copies." The black Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa looked at each other. Jun Changshao took out 3 copies of the remnant scrolls at once, causing their originally doubtful thoughts to be instantly dispelled. They started to imagine wildly, and the final conclusion they came to was, the remnant scrolls might have really been in the mortal continent, but they were stolen by others. After wandering around, they accidentally obtained them, and then, they were stolen again. Both of you, Jun Changshao said, since you came from the upper realm and are looking for the remnant scrolls, this confirms the 2 comments left behind by the ancestors before they ascended. What comments? The black Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa hurriedly asked. Jun Changshao had always used the words ancestors, and never said that it was the 7 profound sage. However, the 2 of them had automatically filled in the gap. Thus, since the comments were left behind, there must be a heavenly secret. These 2 comments are, Jun Changshao said with a serious expression, "A golden unicorn is not a fish in a pond. Once it meets yin and yang, it will transform into a dragon." The black Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa fell into deep thought. The 2 of them started to analyze, supplement, the meaning of the 2 comments from various angles. Jun Changshao explained, "The golden unicorn refers to the Sect of all times, and yin and yang refers to the 2 of you, because yin and yang are black and white." This, the black and white devils looked at each other, suddenly enlightened. The 2 comments left behind by the 7 profound sage meant that if the Sect of all times had the help of the 2 of them, it could transform into a dragon and soar in the sky. Big black idiot. The white Rakshasa said excitedly, "This might be the will of the heavens." It was very obvious that she had been fooled. However, the black Rakshasa's intelligence was still online. He looked at Jun Changshao suspiciously and said, "You want to recruit us?" Jun Changshao pushed the remnant scrolls 1, 2, and 3 over and said seriously, "Jun wants to resolve the misunderstanding from before and make friends with the 2 of you." The black Rakshasa hesitated for a while and said, "Open the 3rd remnant scroll. I want to see if it's real." "Sure." Jun Changshao opened the 3rd remnant scroll without hesitation. After the 2 of them read it carefully, they were sure that the incantation recorded on it was exactly the same as the original. It was impossible to fake it. "Have you cultivated it?" the black Rakshasa asked. Jun Changshao said, "Not only has Jun cultivated it, but so have the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect." The black Rakshasa almost fell over. The 7 profound sunglow break required one to cultivate according to the order of the remnant scroll. He and the white Rakshasa had never understood it. Now that they were told that tens of thousands of people had cultivated it, it was simply a blow to their self-esteem. "The 2 of you," Jun Changshao said in a low voice, "we were able to meet in the mortal world because of the remnant scroll. This is fate arranged by the heavens. Why don't we bury the hatchet and become sworn brothers in front of the martial arts left behind by the ancestors?" Chapter 1146. Jun Changshao was frustrated. He had already taken out the first, second, and third scrolls, yet he was still fooling them for so long. The black and white double devil's reply was, "We'll think about it. I'm not forcing you to join the sect of all times. I'm just asking you to become sworn brothers. What's there to think about?" Sigh. Jun Changshao walked out of the cell and shook his head. "The higher the level, the harder it is to fool them." "Nonsense," the system said. "They're all veterans. If they can be fooled by the host, there must be enough benefit." It was afraid of being slapped in the face again, so it held back. "Aren't the first, second, and third scrolls not enough?" Jun Changshao asked. Although the black and white double devils had not agreed to become sworn brothers, Go Xing had also gained something. At least he was sure that they had come from the upper realm to find the 7 mysterious sunglow break. "If they find out that I was the one who stole the scrolls, won't they chase me to the ends of the earth with knives?" While he was thinking, Jun Changshao had already arrived at the bedroom. He looked at the Rose Queen, who was reading through memorials, and said, "Let those two go." "Let them go?" The Rose Queen said, "Aren't you afraid that they'll kill you?" When Jun Changshao had turned dark, she had seen how he had brutally abused the black and white double devils. If she had been in his shoes, she would not have let him go so easily. Jun Changshao said, "It's just a misunderstanding. I've already explained it to them." "All right." The Rose Queen gave the order and continued reading the memorials. Jun Changshao did not deliberately avoid her. He said, "Don't you find it irritating to deal with the affairs of a plane all day long?" The Rose Queen said, "This is my duty. I have to deal with it even if it's irritating. Find a few reliable professional managers and arrange things for them. You can go sightseeing and enjoy yourself. Wouldn't that be better?" Jun Changshao shrugged. That was what he did. Ever since Yuan Gongzi became the patriarch of Fu, he was only in charge of providing martial arts resources. Many of the sect's affairs were left to him to manage, and he lived a comfortable life. Queen Rose said, "Managing a plane is more difficult than managing a sect. Not only do you have to consider many things, but you also have to be on guard against people who are plotting against you." Jun Changshao only had several tens of thousands of disciples in his sect, while the population of the Spiritus continent could be described in the hundreds of millions. There was indeed a huge difference between the two. That's true. Go Xing was rather glad that he had transmigrated to another world. His mission was to make the sect the strongest on the continent, not to make the plane the strongest in the universe. Otherwise, he would have chosen to commit suicide. Jun Changshao was temporarily staying in the palace that had been arranged for him after his marriage. He spent his days either admiring the flowers and birds or chatting with the black and white double ghosts. The 3 brothers had one thing in common, and that was that they were all very weak now. Brothers. One day, in a beautiful peach garden, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Brother, I just turned 24 this year." The black and white double ghosts were in disbelief. He had the cultivation of a martial emperor in his early 20s. Could this be the legendary prodigy? They thought back to their martial path back then. When they were young, they had still been hiding in a corner to cultivate. Because there were too many experts outside, they were afraid that they would provoke a powerhouse the moment they stepped out. They lived in fear every day. "Brothers, how old are you?" Jun Changshao asked. White Rakshasa said, "I am 12,350 years old." Black Rakshasa said, "I am 12,351 years old." Bulsh *T. White Rakshasa said angrily, "You are clearly 1 year younger than me." "I am 1 year older than you," Black Rakshasa said. "Take out your identity document from 9 Immortal City. I want to see who is older." "I am older than you." "What do you mean?" "Impossible. Of course I am older. Hurry up and take out your identity document." The so-called identity document was similar to an ID card. Age was definitely recorded on it, so White Rakshasa insisted that he was older. Black Rakshasa was a little guilty. He said calmly, Don't compare age. Compare. He put his hand on his waist and gave the other party a look that said, "You know what I mean." Then forget it. Jun Changshao was speechless. This car caught him off guard. However, both of them had lived for more than 10,000 years. They were simply old monsters. Very normal. The system said, the higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. How long can I live now? Jun Changshao asked curiously. The system said, 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise. The host's current lifespan is definitely longer than the tortoise. You are scolding me? I am praising you. The black and white Rakshasa started their daily bickering. Jun Changshao and the system also started. After the bickering, the three of them entered the main topic. Little brother, White Rakshasa said, if you can give us the first, second, and third copies of the remnant scroll, this brother, I will definitely become your brother. As expected, they agreed to become sworn brothers because of the benefit. Jun Changshao did not care. As long as he could trap the two of them, he would think of a way to pull them into the sect in the future. Two brothers. My sect of all times is still lacking protectors. If you are targeted by me, don't even think about running away. Swish. Jun Changshao placed the third remnant scroll on the table with various tributes. Plop. Plop. The three of them knelt down together and carried out the ceremony. The heavens above, the earth is my witness. Today, I, Black, White, Rakshasa, and Jun Changshao become sworn brothers of the opposite sex. We do not ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but we ask to die in the same year, month, and day. Jun Changshao was on the verge of breaking down. I am only in my 20s. You have lived for 10,000 years. If you die in the same year, month, and day, isn't that cursing me to have a short life? Sigh. Go Xing sighed secretly. For the future of the sect, he still shouted out. After the ceremony, Jun Changshao stood up and cupped his hands. Brothers, I will rely on you to take care of me in the future. From the upper realm, martial emperor cultivation. These were definitely two golden legs. Go Xing was already prepared to be a pendant. Little brother. White Rakshasa placed a hand on his shoulder and said, from today onwards, if anyone bullies you, they are bullying me. I will definitely not let them off easily. Thank you, brother. Jun Changshao added, can you remove the word little? It sounds a little awkward. Alright. Brothers, I have already ordered people to prepare a banquet. Today, the three of us will drink until we are drunk. In ancient times, there was the oath of brotherhood between Lu, Guan, and Zhang in the Peach Garden. Today, there was the oath of brotherhood between the Black and White Lord. In the future, it would definitely become a legend. They are becoming sworn brothers just like that? Queen Rose, who was standing in the bedroom, released her spiritual senses and watched the three of them setting up a table and drinking in the Peach Garden. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. I can't tell. She smiled and said, my husband is quite good at winning people over. Little brother, come, come. In the picturesque Peach Garden, White Rakshasa held a bowl of wine. Her entire face was red, and it was obvious that she was drinking happily. Sigh. Jun Changshao raised his bowl, but he frowned and sighed. You should be happy on the day you become sworn brothers. Why are you sighing, little brother? White Rakshasa asked in confusion. Jun Changshao put down the wine and said, to be honest, I have encountered some trouble recently. To be precise, I have been bullied. Smack. White Rakshasa slammed the table and said with a scowl, Who? Forget it. Jun Changshao raised his cup and said, this is my matter. I won't trouble you, brother. White Rakshasa was clearly drunk and did not see that Go Xing was retreating in order to advance. She said loudly, your matter is my matter. Tell me, who bullied you? I will go and deal with them right now. Black Rakshasa said, since you gave us 3 remnant volumes, it is only right for us to help you solve your problem. He was not drunk. From his words, it was not hard to tell that if he helped, it would be because of the benefits he had just given. Brothers. Jun Changshao did not beat around the bush and said, "The one who bullied me is a guy called the Cosmic Navigation King. He has the word handsome carved on his forehead." The system said, "All right, that guy has been arranged." Chapter 1147. Since the Galactic Navigation King made a living by robbing, he would definitely come again. With Jun Changshao's personality, he would definitely not sit still and wait for death. He had to take the initiative. The bald man and his subordinates were still locked up in prison. It should be easy to find that guy's location, but the problem was that he lacked a capable fighter to deal with him. The black and white Double Devils were very suitable fighters. After all, they were both martial emperors and had super good endurance. Thus, the Galactic Navigation King had already been arranged by Jun Changshao. The system reminded, the second main mission is for the host to defeat or kill the Galactic Navigation King himself. Asking for help is useless. It was so sure because Jun Changshao had clearly defeated the other party before but did not complete the main mission. It should have something to do with the Rose Queen playing support. It doesn't matter. Jun Changshao said, "Let them fight until they're half dead. I'll just deal the final blow." As a professional player, it was not about how to prove how awesome his skills were, but about how to use the various bugs in the game. Since the main mission did not say anything, he would first let the black and white Double Devils go over and beat that guy up. Then, he would pretend to pass by and finish him off. The system was speechless. "Little brother." The white Rakshasa drank a lot and said, "Where is that guy? Big brother will go and beat him up for you." The black Rakshasa was speechless. This guy had forgotten about his weak state after drinking a little wine. "There's no rush." Jun Changshao raised his cup and said, "Us three brothers will drink first. Come, come." They drank from evening until late at night. Jun Changshao drank until he was completely drunk and fell asleep on the bed. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he found that he was not sleeping in his own room, but in the room where the Rose Queen usually dealt with government affairs. "Damn it," Jun Changshao slapped his head and said, "How did I become a night ox? I can't find my own bed when I drink too much." Sorry. Yi Xingqian was not even as good as Go Xing. At least the latter could find his own bed when he drank too much. The former could sleep in the livestock pen when he drank too much. To this day, Lu Wanshur and Zhen Dejuan were still racking their brains on how to set up a secure array formation to prevent that fellow from barging in again. Queen Rose did not sleep the entire night as she was busy dealing with government affairs. She turned around to look at Jun Changshao and said, "If you can't drink, then drink less." Very wifely, with caring reproach. Jun Changshao hurriedly got up and walked out of the bedroom without looking back. It wasn't until he washed his face with cold water that he finally woke up from his headache. In the next few days, he stayed in his own palace and waited for the restriction of the secret realm to end. The black and white Rakshasa had also entered a state of recuperation. They would probably recover their martial emperor cultivation in 10 days to half a month. The Spiritas continent had suffered a great calamity and had split into many new continents. Queen Rose was focused on handling government affairs, so she rarely came to disturb Jun Changshao. After all, she was a woman with dreams and ambitions. She wouldn't be like a little girl who was addicted to love and couldn't extricate herself. Needless to say, Jun Changshao was a straight man of steel. Therefore, the relationship between the two seemed to be very delicate, but in fact, there was no progress at all during this period. 5 days later, Jun Changshao summoned the secret realm and entered it to recuperate. The recovery process was very dry and boring, so he cultivated the Tianjun soul refining technique. This kind of secret technique that was accidentally obtained in the deep void became more and more obscure the more he studied it. The system said, if the host succeeds in cultivation, the soul, spiritual thoughts, and even the knowledge C will definitely have a qualitative leap. Jun Changshao said, then in the future, when I use the stone statue, will I be able to maintain a conscious state? This, the host's thinking was indeed extraordinary. The system said, after the host uses the stone statue, a violent attribute will enter the knowledge C, seep into the soul, and thus control the body. If these two aspects are improved, you may be able to resist the invasion and maintain a conscious state. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. At present, the second form of the hard-to-retract blade could no longer be used against stronger enemies. The stone statue was undoubtedly the strongest trump card, but because it would cause one to lose their rationality, it was not very decisive to use it. If he could always maintain a conscious state, it would undoubtedly be excellent. Swoosh! Jun Changshao opened the talisman pavilion and tapped on the top-grade insight talisman. There were enough supplementary materials for high-grade healing pills, but he lacked the required high-grade spirit cores. That woman should have some private goods. Most of the things he stole from the treasury were herbs, ores, and spirit stones. There were also crystal cores, but their grades were not high and there were not many of them. Xiao. After resting in the secret realm for a year, Jun Changshao walked out in high spirits and went straight to the bedroom. Just as he was about to ask Queen Rose if she had any high-grade crystal cores, he found a sandbox-like model inside. What is this? The topography of the split Spiritas continent. Jun Changshao walked over and said in surprise, "Is it that serious?" Queen Rose rolled her eyes at him and said, "If it weren't for your two sworn brothers restraining you with a formation, my Spiritas continent would have been destroyed even more." Jun Changshao was silent. Queen Rose said, "My Spiritas continent once invaded your Starfall continent, and now you've also broken this place into pieces. Does this count as even?" "Even my ass!" Jun Changshao roared. "You invaded, I came to help, the situation is different, okay? Then you took half of my treasury's resources, that should be enough to offset the mistakes you made 10,000 years ago, right?" Queen Rose said. Jun Changshao did not want to argue with her on this issue, so he changed the topic. "Do you have any high-grade ores here? Preferably on the level of Spirit Combine Realm." "Yes," Queen Rose said. "Give it to me," Jun Changshao said. Queen Rose glared at him and said, "Why should I give you my things?" "Because," Jun Changshao thought for a bit and said, "because I saved the Spiritas continent and chased away the handsome guy." The system was speechless. Without her help, even if you activated the stone statue's power, you would still be abused, so the continent was saved by two people, not by you alone. Queen Rose smiled. "That makes sense. How much do you need?" The system really wanted to transform and slap its own face a few times. Queen Rose's unconventional way of thinking was comparable to its host's. It really lived up to the old saying, "If you're not a family, you won't enter the same house." "I'll take as much as you have." The scene changed. Jun Changshao stood still like a wooden chicken. At this moment, he was holding over 100 crystal cores comparable to Wu Xing's level in his hands. Not only could they be used to refine insight talismans, but there were also quite a few of them. "Is it enough?" Queen Rose asked. Jun Changshao felt a bit dizzy. "I was just casually asking, and she actually gave me so much. She really does have a lot of private goods." The system sighed. "Such a caring wife, you can't find one even if you look for a lantern. What's there for the host to resist?" Jun Changshao put the crystal cores into his space ring and began to refine insight talismans, then clasped his hands. "I, Jun Changshao, won't take your benefits for free. If you need any help, just let me know. Even blood-related brothers settle accounts, let alone a wife." The system said. Jun Changshao roared, "Will you die if you don't King retort. "I will. I've contracted a terminal disease that will kill me if I don't retort." Encountering such a dog of a system that would take advantage of every opportunity, Go Xing's mentality really exploded. Sigh. Queen Rose looked at the sand table, then shook her head. I want to restore the broken continent to its original state. Can you help me with this? Yes, Jun Changshao said proudly. Queen Rose looked at him with a stunned expression. Jun Changshao walked to the sand table, pointed at the broken continent terrain, and said, "It's difficult to restore it to its original state, but I can help you modify the terrain and connect the separated continents together." Chapter 1148. After taking so many high-level crystal cores, Jun Changshao also felt bad, so he took the initiative to help Queen Rose solve the problem and connected the separated land with the terrain modification instrument. Of course, this kind of terrain modification product couldn't be perfectly repaired, only a bridge-like passage could be built. Really? It will only take a few days. A trace of doubt appeared in Queen Rose's beautiful eyes. However, a few days later, when she came to the edge of the continent and saw the mountain road leading to the endless sea, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Jun Changshao said, "Do you believe me now? How did you do it?" Queen Rose calmed down and asked. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "This is a secret, I can't tell you." Queen Rose didn't ask and flew along the connecting road until she was sure that several plates were connected together. She said gratefully, "Thank you for helping me solve a big problem." Jun Changshao said, "We each take what we need and help each other, no need to thank me." By the way, Jun Changshao said, "In a few days my two brothers will recover from their injuries, and then they will leave the Soul Race continent. As for the handsome man, speaking of this, his eyes were cold. I will deal with him. Once you leave." Rose Queen looked at him with tender eyes and asked, "Will you come back?" "Come back for what?" "To see me." Jun Changshao collapsed. "There is no relationship between us, and there is no possibility. Just because my Soul Race continent once invaded the Falling Star continent?" Queen Rose asked with heartache. "No." Jun Changshao looked up at the sky at a 40-degree angle and said, "You are the high and mighty queen, and I am just the master of a small sect. We are not compatible." Taking this opportunity, he wanted to explain all the disputes clearly according to Elder Wei's teachings and let things have a perfect ending. Elder Wei said, "I have never taught a patriarch, and I can't teach a patriarch. Everything he said in the hall before was just his personal opinion. If I cared about being compatible, I wouldn't have married you." Queen Rose said, "I care." Jun Changshao roared like Ma Jingtao, "Do you know how people in the Spiritas continent talk about me in private? They said that I'm the Empress's husband and that I'm living off her." The system was speechless. In order to get rid of the entanglement, he had forced the Soul Race to take the blame. "If anyone dares to speak ill of you in private, I will cut off their tongues." Rose Queen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Jun Changshao hugged his head and said, "What do you like about me? Should I change my profession now? What's so bad about me that you don't like me?" Rose Queen bit her thin lips, and her eyes were filled with resentment. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "I'm a person who hates relationships with older women and younger men. If you can become sworn brothers with the Black and White Karma, who are 10,000 years older than you, why can't you accept me?" Rose Queen asked. This, Jun Changshao was speechless. The system sighed. "There will always be someone stronger than you, and there will always be someone stronger than you. I don't care." Rose Queen said with a serious expression, "You will always be my husband. Unless I die, our relationship as husband and wife will be dissolved." "This flag is raised, I feel that something is wrong." The system was a little speechless. Jun Changshao said in a low voice, "Do you have to force me to kill my wife to prove my Tao?" Swoosh! A 3-foot-long sword appeared beside him. Rose Queen said, "You can kill me, but you can't divorce me." Clang! Jun Changshao drew his sword, and the blade flickered with light. It was 0.01 centimeters away from her neck, and he said coldly, "Do you really think I don't dare?" Rose Queen closed her eyes and said, "Do it." Jun Changshao's expression became ferocious. The sword that was 0. 0.1 centimeters away from his neck, did not move at all. Forget it, forget it. In the end, he put down the sword. Jun Changshao, Rose Queen said, I have been conquering planes all these years, and have never fallen in love. You are the only man I care about. As expected of a Spiritas woman, she was not reserved and shy like the girls of the Falling Star continent. If she liked him, she liked him. She was open and honest, and never hid anything. If you care, then give up your empire and come back to the Falling Star continent with me, Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen opened her eyes and said, You are willing to accept me? Jun Changshao said, If you are willing to give up your rights, reputation, and wealth in the Spiritas continent and become a member of the Sect of all times. Rose Queen smiled. Her smile was full of charm. If I was still a little girl who had just fallen in love, I might put everything down and go with you, but now it is impossible, because I have billions of compatriots behind me. Jun Changshao said, Since you don't want to go with me, then stop pestering me. I am not pestering you. Rose Queen said, I just want you to accept that we are husband and wife. Even if we are separated, even if we are in two different planes, it does not matter. Big sister, Jun Changshao said, there are many outstanding men in your Spiritas. Why do you have to find an outsider like me to have a love affair? Because, Rose Queen said seriously, I like you. If she said that she cared about him just now, it was still rather vague, but this sentence was very direct. If the two of them were not already married, it would be no different from a girl confessing to a boy. What was a successful man? This was a successful man. If anyone wanted to be single, they could learn from Jun Changshao. Of all things to learn, they had to learn from Gosheng. They should be prepared to be alone for the rest of their lives. I am a playboy by nature. I am not worthy of a woman's love, Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen looked at him suspiciously. How can you be a playboy by nature and still protect your chastity? Protect my chastity? Jun Changshao frowned and said, What do you mean? Rose Queen said, Our Spiritas fuse with other living beings with auxiliary bodies. Both men and women must protect their chastity. Jun Changshao's expression became interesting. Rose Queen blinked and said with a smile, I was just saying. Your expression already told me the answer. You. Jun Changshao almost jumped up and said, You tricked me. Queen Rose sheathed her sword and turned around. I don't care how romantic you are on the Starfall continent or how many lovers you have, but you're my husband and my man on the Soul continent. Come visit me often when you're free. She was tired. She also knew that she could not keep him. She only hoped that they could remain husband and wife and leave a memory in her heart. Watching the woman leave, Jun Changshao had a bitter expression. He thought that he could use this opportunity to clear things up. Why did it feel like things had become complicated again? The host should kill his wife to prove himself. Scram. A few days later, the twin ghosts of Black and White recovered from their injuries. In front of the space-time tunnel to the Falling Star continent, Rose Queen personally sent her husband off. I still have to manage the Spiritas and you still have to take care of the Sect. You can't be swayed by love. I only hope that you can think of me often when you go back. Jun Changshao really wanted to leave without saying anything. But just as he was about to enter the space-time tunnel, he stopped and said with difficulty, I'm leaving. Husband, be careful, Rose Queen said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them flew in. Cui Hua patched the entrance to the Spiritas. Because the internal passage had been opened long ago, it was only responsible for patching the entrance, so it did not fall into a deep sleep. The system said, the matter between the host and Rose Queen has finally come to an end. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to have any interactions in the future. Just as it was speaking, outside the entrance sealed by Cui Hua, an old man reported in a panic, Your Majesty, the upper realm just sent a message, designating the Spiritas to enter the dimensional battlefield. What? Rose Queen frowned. The old man said. It's said that a newly entered dimensional patriarch violated the rules and completed the mission ahead of time. He was stripped of his qualifications by the upper realm, so our spiritas temporarily replaced him. Rose Queen was furious. Which bastard patriarch is this? P.S. Requesting votes on Monday. Chapter 1149. Falling Star Continent. Jun Changshao had returned once again. He had completed many missions the last time he came back. His cultivation level had increased by several grades, and he had brought back various martial arts resources. This time it was even better. He had brought back 2 martial emperors from the upper realm. The moment he stepped into his homeland, Jun Changshao could not help but sing at the top of his lungs. As a result, the black and white double killer's eyelids rolled back and foamed at the mouth. They almost passed out on the spot. If singing could be used in battle, Go Xing would have reached the level of invincible true loneliness. Come on, quick! Little brother, stop singing. I still want to live for 2 more years. The black and white double killers said in unison. Their expressions were pained as if they were going to bleed from their 7 orifices at any moment. Jun Changshao gave up on expressing his feelings. Then, he brought the 2 of them into Aeon City and used the teleportation portal to return to the Sect of all times. This is incredible. The Black Rakshasa was shocked. A low-level mortal plane actually has a teleportation system. However, what shocked him even more was the disciples he saw after entering the Sect of all times. Big black fool. The white Rakshasa's eyes widened. These Sect disciples don't have high spirit root aptitude, but their bodies and spirit energy seem to be very outstanding. That's right. The Black Rakshasa nodded. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the technique. The Sect of all times disciples started off by entering the molding room, then went through the Tower of Trials and cultivated in the advanced spirit gathering formation. In terms of physical strength and spirit energy purity, they were absolutely impeccable. In the outside world, be it family or sect, one's future was measured by spirit root aptitude. However, even if one only had low-grade mortal-grade spirit roots here, as long as they were willing to work hard, they could achieve higher than superior grade, supreme grade, or even saint-grade spirit roots. This was the Sect of all times. It was a different kind of firework. At this moment, the black and white double killer's gazes suddenly turned serious. This was because a young man walked out of the cafeteria with a toothpick in his mouth. He also noticed the 2 of them. Surprise appeared on his face. What? Jun Changshao asked. Brothers, do you know me, your last disciple? No. The black and white double killers shook their heads. He didn't know them either. However, he could sense that the aura that the other party was inadvertently emitting was extraordinary. Perhaps, he was from a high-level existential plane. After living in the same place for a long time, there would naturally be differences. It was difficult for a mortal martial artist like Jun Changshao to notice, but he could. The black and white double ghosts also noticed that something was different about him, and they guessed that he might have come from the upper realm. A mortal plane actually had a martial artist from the upper realm, and he was actually taken in as a last disciple. This was simply unbelievable. Little brother. Bai Luocha smiled and said, Your last disciple's aptitude is extraordinary. Her future achievements will definitely be limitless. Brother, you flatter me. Jun Changshao glanced at He and ordered, Go, close the door. Yes. He withdrew his gaze and walked towards the mountain gate. Bai Luocha said in surprise, Little brother, isn't it a little demeaning to have a core disciple go and close the door? This is his duty, Jun Changshao explained. Duty? Bai Luocha was confused. Black Rakshasa's mind spun quickly, and she broke down. Is this last disciple really going to close the door? That's right. Jun Changshao said, My sect still has a last disciple. Bai Luocha almost fell to the ground. Weren't the last disciples of the sect the core existences? Why was he really the last disciple? This is too strange. Very strange. The black and white double ghosts muttered in their hearts. Then, they exchanged glances and said in unison, "Could this sect of all times really be related to the seven profound sage? Patriarch?" At this moment, Li Qingyang rushed over after hearing the news. With their sharp eyes, the black and white double ghosts immediately determined that this person had the strongest spirit root aptitude in the mortal plane. Next, the two of them would be shocked along the way. This was because Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Seven Fields, and other core disciples appeared one after another. Regardless of aptitude or other aspects, they were all top geniuses in the mortal plane. Bai Luocha broke down in her heart. Are there no ordinary people in the sect of all times? At this moment, the two of them saw Ma Yongning. This person looked very ordinary. While she was thinking, Ma Chieduan had already stopped in the kitchen. He waved his kitchen knife, which turned into countless knife shadows as he started to skillfully cut the vegetables. Every step and every detail was perfectly controlled, which made the black and white double ghosts break down again. A chopper had actually comprehended some kind of profound meaning of the knife Tao. This was too exaggerated. It was not that the two of them were ignorant. It was just that the disciples of a low-level mortal plane's spirit root aptitude, physical body, and spirit ability did not match at all. This was too illogical. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said in a low voice, these two don't seem simple. He could not capture the aura of the black and white double ghosts from the upper world, but he could roughly guess that they were very powerful from the thick aura that they inadvertently released. Jun Changshao said, they are martial emperors. Naturally, they are not simple. I see. Li Qingyang replied and then suddenly stopped in his tracks. His mouth gradually opened, and his eyes widened in shock. Martial emperors? The sect of all times was in an uproar. Because the two middle-aged men that the Patriarch had brought back were actually martial emperors. Martial emperors, the most powerful cultivation level in the falling star continent. Since the ancient times, and excluding that poor guy who had died, there were only 9 martial emperors, and they had not shown their faces for thousands of years. For a moment, tens of thousands of disciples of the sect of all times gathered at the training ground. They all looked into the hall, hoping to be lucky enough to see the continent's most powerful martial artists. Senior Brother Su, the Patriarch has brought back 2 martial emperors. Li Fei said excitedly. Oh my God, am I dreaming? The martial artists living in the falling star continent knew from a young age that martial emperors were the most powerful people in the world. They regarded them as their absolute faith. How could they not be excited when a sect suddenly appeared today, and 2 of them at that? Su Xiaoma broke down. Can you get off me first? It turned out that Li Fei, who was too excited, was riding on top of him. He raised his head and looked into the hall. Senior Brother Su. Li Tiantian ran over and said, Who are the 2 martial emperors that the Patriarch brought back? Well, Su Xiaoma thought for a moment and said, It's definitely not Night Emperor. That poor guy has been dead for thousands of years. Yi Xingqian had just rushed over, and he almost couldn't help but kick him to Luzhou in the northeast. Why did the Patriarch bring back 2 martial emperors? Pei Ainius stood at the training ground and released his spiritual senses with a calm expression. When he saw the black and white double ghost faces, he said in surprise, Who are these 2? I don't know them at all. He and Su Xiaoma had misunderstood. They thought that the 2 strongest martial artists that Jun Changshao had brought back were 2 of the 9 martial emperors of the falling star continent. The black and white double ghosts, who were sitting at the head of the hall, were also observing the tens of thousands of disciples gathered at the training ground. They were amazed by the fact that a mortal sect was full of geniuses. The white Rakshasa noticed Yi Xingqian and said with a smile, Little brother, that sour-faced guy outside has the bearing of a martial emperor. he might not be inferior to your last disciple in the future. Miao Zhan, Miao Zhan. Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said, Brothers, you've rushed here from the Soul Race's continent. You must be hungry. I've already ordered my disciples to prepare food. The White Rakshasa said disapprovingly, Big idiot, hey, and I already have the ability to fast. We won't starve to death even if we don't eat for hundreds of years. So, there's no need to go through so much trouble to prepare food. To be precise, the two of them had eaten too many dishes with higher attribute. They were not interested in mortal food at all, especially when they ate with Jun Changshao in the Soul Race's continent. They drank wine the entire time and did not take any food. The upper realm's powerhouses were a little picky. Chapter 1150. In fact, in the Falling Star continent, once a person reached a certain level, such as a martial king, he or she could go without food for dozens of days without a problem. However, in the world of martial arts, food might not be used to fill one's hunger. Many people were more willing to taste the delicacies on the tip of their tongue and experience the impact of various seasonings on their taste bud. Therefore, even if the powerhouses from the upper realm could go without food for dozens or even hundreds of years, it did not mean that they would go on a hunger strike. If there was delicious food, they would definitely eat it and evaluate it. At this moment, in the Sect of All Times cafeteria, Jun Changshao, Li Qingyang, and the others had their mouths wide open as they watched the black and white killers wolfing down the food, as if they had never eaten in their lives. Patriarch Lu Wanshur whispered, Tell them to eat slower, don't choke to death. My brothers, Jun Changshao said, Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you. Smack. The White Rakshasa put down his chopsticks and said with tears streaming down his face, I've never eaten such delicious food before. Useless. The Black Rakshasa rolled his eyes at him, then put down his bowl and said, Brother, another bowl of fried rice with more eggs. At first, the two of them were quite resistant to mortal food, but after eating the food of the Sect of All Times, they were immediately shocked. They suddenly felt that the food they had eaten while traveling in the upper realm was simply rubbish. This was not a large-scale cooking scene. This was Lu Wanshur's cooking, and it was super delicious. Come. Jun Changshao personally poured wine for his two brothers and said, Please try the drunken dream brewed by the winemaker of the Sect of All Times. The White Rakshasa picked up the cup and tasted it like an expert. He praised, Good wine. Brother, your sect is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Black Rakshasa also tasted it and felt that he had a better understanding of the attributes of heaven and earth around him. However, he did not take it to heart because this kind of increase was of no help to a martial emperor. Jun Changshao said, I've already arranged 2 independent courtyards for you. If you like, you can stay here for a long time. That won't do. The effects of drunken dreams were a bit strong, and the White Rakshasa seemed to have gotten to her head. Her face and ears were red as she said, Hurry up and find that navigation king, and take revenge for our little brother. Jun Changshao raised his glass and said, Thank you, big brother. After the Black and White double breaks ate and drank their fill, they temporarily stayed in the Sect of All Times. The next day, after admiring the magnificent buildings and the lofty mountains, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The places that Senior Qishuan has stayed in are truly extraordinary. Jun Changshao hadn't emphasized that the sect was related to the 7 profound holy venerate, but after the 2 brothers arrived, they had already filled in the blanks from various aspects and even firmly believed in it. It was definitely not Go Xing's credit to be able to fool the 2 upper realm powerhouses, but it was the system's credit. After all, it used various goods and martial arts facilities to cultivate tens of thousands of abnormal disciples, not to mention the Black and White Rakshasa. Even if the 7 profound sage himself came, seeing a sect with such potential in a mortal plane, he would definitely imagine that they had come down from the upper realm. After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao briefly listened to the reports of Yuan Gongzi, Li Luochio, and the others regarding the sect and the pugilistic world. There was one piece of news that surprised him quite a bit. That was, when he was on his way back, the gate that connected to the planar battlefield in the sky of the central continent closed and then mysteriously disappeared. Li Luochio said, according to the news sent by the altar, our falling star continent was disqualified from entering the planar battlefield because the Patriarch violated the rules. Jun Changshao said unhappily, "What rules did I violate?" "Whether you violated the rules or not, host, don't you know in your heart?" The system ridiculed. Li Luochio continued, "Although we violated the rules, the upper realm didn't punish us. They only disqualified us from entering again, and then other planes will fill in the gap." "It doesn't matter." Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "As long as there is a teleportation gate to the planar battlefield, I can still let my disciples enter as they wish." Although that was the case, the falling star continent's cultivators suffered. After all, they had completed the mission quota and could enter to train or search for opportunities in the future. Now that the gate was closed, they could not enter at all. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi smiled and said, "This is a good opportunity to earn money." Jun Changshao asked, "What do you mean?" Yuan Gongzi said, "The gate to the planar battlefield normally disappears. If any cultivator wants to enter, they can pay money and resources to enter through our teleportation gate." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up and he said, "That makes sense." Actually, when the first batch of falling star continents cultivators entered the planar battlefield, the fact that he could secretly enter had already been made public. Thus, showing the teleportation gate would not cause any wave. Even if it did, it would not matter. In this world, who would dare to provoke the sect of all times? "Old Yuan," Jun Changshao said, "with your help I am relieved." Sigh. Li Luochu shook her head and said, "It's a pity that the plane that replaced our falling star continent picked up a disaster for no reason. There's no helping it." Jun Changshao said, "In the world of martial arts, who doesn't get stabbed?" He did not dwell too much on the planar battlefield. After discussing business, he headed to the prison. After Yuan Gongzi's planning, the sect of all times prison was now divided into two levels. One was heaven and the other was earth. The former held Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu, while the latter held the bald man and the others. Creak. The prison door opened and Jun Changshao walked in. Swoosh. Xiao Ziji had set up the chair in advance and then stood behind the Patriarch. If he wore a black shirt and sunglasses, he would definitely look like a bodyguard. Ugly. Jun Changshao interlocked his fingers and said, "Have you gotten used to living here?" If it was in the past, the bald man would have flipped the table when he heard someone call him ugly. Now, he was shivering in the corner. After being taught by Arya, he had already developed a psychological shadow. When he saw Jun Changshao, he was so scared that he kept shivering. "Let's cut the crap." Jun Changshao took out an electronic cigar, then lowered his head and lit it. He said in the style of a mafia boss, "Tell me honestly the detailed address of your boss house. I have a lot of blades recently, and I want to mail some to him." "I speak," Jun Changshao shouted coldly. Because it was too sudden and the volume was very high, it was like thunder. The bald man was so scared that he almost collapsed. He said in horror, "Speak. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything." In a beautiful courtyard, Jun Changshao sat in a small pavilion and said with a frown, "Brothers, I already know that guy's address, but what?" The white Rakshasa took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. "It's a bit far," Jun Changshao said, "and we have to cross the universe. Little brother doesn't have the ability to do that now." According to the bald man's information, the Galactic Navigator King came from another region of the universe and temporarily lived in a deserted plane. It was possible to use the spacetime worm to dig a hole, but it was a bit slow. Jun Dog's revenge. He thought 10 years was too late. So, He was eager to find the handsome man immediately and press him to the ground. The black Rakshasa said, "As long as you provide the specific location, as long as that guy is still in the mortal universe, even if he hides to the ends of the earth, we can quickly find him. Crossing the universe's stars was a piece of cake for them." "Okay." Jun Changshao stood up, looked at the sky, and said, "Little brother will now show you the way." Whoosh, whoosh. That day, the black and white Rakshasa took him away from the Sect of all times and went all the way up until they broke through the space barrier and merged into the endless dark universe. Because he was enveloped by two special energies, Jun Changshao was not affected by the power of the universe. "Little brother, what's the location?" "Wait, let me see." Jun Changshao took out the compass that the bald man gave him and pointed in a direction, saying, "Brothers, let's go this way." Whoosh, dash. Chapter 1151. What was a successful person? If a successful person didn't have the ability to take revenge, they could ask others for help. Jun Changshao fully demonstrated what a successful person was. Not only did he have someone to help him, but he also didn't have the ability to break through the void. Instead, he led the black and white double ghosts to dance in the universe. Sigh. The system sighed. That guy is being targeted by the host. He's 8 lifetimes of bad luck. However, in the desolate plain, this 8 lifetimes of bad luck was sitting on a throne in a palace. The decorations around him were all broken. The Starry Sky Navigation King was very angry now. He was angry that he had walked the universe for so many years and fought countless battles, but he actually almost died in the hands of a low-level plain martial artist. "Brat!" He clenched his fists and said angrily, "Wait until I recover from my injuries. I'll make sure you die without a burial place." "Master." A creature that looked like a toad walked in and said in a trembling voice, "Sixth General didn't send back any news after entering the falling star continent. I'm worried that an accident might have happened." "No," the handsome man said. "That plane is even weaker than the Soul Race continent. Little Sixth will definitely be able to deal with it easily. You just need to wait for news." "Yes," the toad said respectfully. The handsome man originally planned to go into seclusion to recover, but he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Go, bring me the Thai race's bloodline ability. I want to recover as soon as possible." The toad said in shock, "Master, although the Thai race's bloodline ability can help heal injuries, it has uncontrollable side effects. Please think twice before you act." "Stop talking nonsense," the handsome man said coldly. "Hurry up and bring it." "Yes." The toad could only retreat and bring over a small bottle containing red blood. "Master, please be careful." The handsome man waved his hand and took it. "You may leave." "Yes." The toad had just walked out of the hall when his master's voice rang in his ears. "Call all the 5 generals in the other planes over. When I recover, we'll go to the Soul Race continent together." The handsome man was really angry. For this, he didn't hesitate to mobilize the 5 generals under his command to destroy the Soul Race continent. If Jun Changshao knew, he would definitely cup his hands and say, "Thank you. Call them all over so that I can wipe them out in one go." Plop. In the shattered plane, the last powerhouse guarding his home fell to the ground, dripping with blood. Kakik. The creature with a lizard tail and a human-like body stepped on his head and laughed strangely. "This is what you get for going against me." Damn it! That expert lay weakly on the ground, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he said, "You bunch of space bandits, you will suffer retribution sooner or later." Boom! His head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The lizard man kicked the corpse away. With his back facing the city that was torn apart due to the battle, he said coldly, "Take away all the resources and kill everyone in the city." "Yes." Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of martial artists, who seemed to have undergone strict training, flew over one after another, a sinister smile appearing on their faces. "Boss." At this moment, a subordinate reported, "Master ordered us to return to the base as soon as possible." Yes. In another lower plane, a burly man covered in blood wielded a saber and was slaughtering thousands of martial artists. Poochie! Poochie! Blood and limbs flew all over the sky. The scene was too horrible to look at. Boss is simply holding back 10,000 men by himself. On a hill in the distance stood thousands of martial artists. Judging from their attire, they were obviously with the lizard man. Boom! 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 After a period of killing, the remaining elite forces of this plane were all killed. Blood gathered together and dyed the ground red. Ah! The burly man stood in the pile of corpses with his saber and laughed loudly. "The feeling of cutting grass is so good, boss." A voice sounded in his ear, "Master wants us to return to the base as soon as possible." Plop! In a magnificent palace hall, the person in power knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently. On the throne sat a young man with a very pale face. He crossed his legs and hugged the person in power's favorite concubine. He smiled and said, "I came all the way here to ask you to hand over some resources. Is this too much?" "Not at all, not at all." The person in power's forehead was sweating profusely. The young man waved his hand and pulled him over. He said coldly, "Since it's not too much, why don't you cooperate?" "Aye, boss." A subordinate beside him said, "Master wants us to return quickly." Whoosh! The young man dragged the person in power out and then stopped at the highest point. He smiled and said, "I'll throw you down from here. Whether you can survive will depend on your luck." Don't, go away." The young man threw the person in power up and punched him in the abdomen. The latter fell to the ground like a cannonball, forming a deep pit that was thousands of feet deep. Could he still survive? No, because with a punch, the person in power who was not strong enough was already dead. Whoosh! 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 In the desolate plain, the handsome man's 5 generals and tens of thousands of subordinates returned one after another. From the emotionless smiles on their faces, it seemed that they had a good harvest. Military advisor. The lizard man was puzzled. "Why did you call us back?" The toad said with a solemn expression, "Master was injured in the Soul Continent." "What?" The 5 generals' eyes were filled with disbelief. Master's strength was far above theirs, but he was injured when dealing with a low-level plane. Was this a joke? Boom! At this moment, on a mountain peak behind the palace, a violent explosion sounded. The handsome man flew out of the cave abode in full health and then landed outside the palace. He said coldly, "Follow me, Suddenly, he frowned. In the sky of yellow sand outside the palace, a figure gradually walked over. After seeing clearly, the handsome man's eyes were about to split open. "It's that guy." That's right. It was the most mischievous and cheapskate Jun Changshao. The 5 generals also noticed him and turned to look. They said in surprise, "Why is there someone in this desolate plain?" Jun Changshao, who seemed to have walked dozens of miles in one step, stopped in the open space outside the castle. He tore off his extremely cool black robe, revealing his extraordinarily handsome face. He smiled and said, "Everyone, I'm here to cause trouble." Cause trouble? The 5 generals almost laughed out loud. All these years, they had followed Master to fight all over the world. They had always been the ones to cause trouble. When had they ever been the ones to cause trouble? The handsome man sneered and said, "You're quite bold to come to my base alone." Swoosh! He waved his hand and said with a cold gaze, "Take him down." Yes. The 5 generals turned into streams of light and rushed over. Their eyes were all shining with a bloodthirsty light. They were originally robbing other planes, but they were summoned back by Master before they finished their business. They were somewhat unhappy. Now that this guy was here to cause trouble, they definitely had to entertain him well. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 kinds of manic forces pressed over from 3 directions. Especially the brawny man with the saber. He rushed over and shouted angrily, "Where did this guy come from? How dare he cause trouble?" Whoosh! The saber flashed and tore through space. However, just as it was about to slash at Jun Changshao, the latter pulled out his saber and said in a low voice, "Bankai, Sky Lock Moon slashing." Clang! A ripple of energy instantly spread out. The dust and sand that were stirred up by the explosion of the 5 kinds of forces seemed to be frozen in an instant. Seeing this, the generals were so shocked that they stopped. The brawny man also stopped and stood on the ground with his saber. He seemed to be stunned. Jun Changshao held the second form of unstoppable saber and walked past him. He said lightly, "Look up at the starry sky, and you'll know where I come from." "Starry sky?" The brawny man tried to raise his head, but pain suddenly came from his neck. Then, his head rolled to the ground. "Old 4. The 4 generals shouted with their eyes wide open. Swoosh! Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and rushed in front of them in an instant. As the sword flashed, his Chunibu voice sounded, "All the starry eyes are waiting. 1. Star. Star." Swoosh! When the last word "star" was said, he flashed 4 times in a row and landed behind the lizard man. Plop! Plop! The 4 generals knelt on the ground one after another. Sword marks appeared on their necks, and then their heads were separated from their bodies. If the expert who had been killed earlier was still alive, he would definitely be smiling in the underworld. That was because he had guessed correctly. These cruel interstellar bandits had finally received their retribution. They had all died under the sword of the Chunibu youth, Jun Changshao. Chapter 1152. 5 evil generals were killed in a short time. The speed was so fast that the handsome man didn't expect it. Jun Changshao was a little strong. He knew that. Sending a few capable subordinates to kill him would only exhaust him. In the end, he still had to do it himself. But in the end, they died before they could even touch his hair. Trash. A bunch of trash. Anger appeared in the handsome man's eyes. But he didn't feel any pain because his right-hand men were killed. But then again, why did Jun Changshao, who had just arrived, directly use hard to retract? Could it be that he knew that the 5 generals had done many inhumane things and decided to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Or was he in a hurry to modify the 3rd form of hard to retract and used up the remaining opening talismans as soon as possible? It was both. But it wasn't either. The real reason was that when he was brought here by the black and white double breaks, a side mission was triggered. The content was, "The subordinates of the interstellar pirate king are unpardonably evil. They have been causing havoc in various dimensions all year round. The host must personally annihilate all of them, a super elite mission." Personally? Annihilate all of them? Jun Changshao understood. The system wanted him to start a massacre in the handsome man's territory. In that case, come on, baby. Therefore, Jun Changshao first asked the black and white double breaks to hide in the dark while he went to the handsome man's base alone. He directly used hard to retract and executed the 5 generals on the spot. Fortunately, there was a simple description of those people in the previous chapter, so the reader had a general understanding of them. Therefore, Go Xing didn't receive any strong moral condemnation when he killed them. He only thought that the author was a fake chapter. Whoosh! Jun Changshao raised his sword and said indifferently, "Your subordinates aren't strong either." The handsome man's eyes turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand. The tens of thousands of subordinates outside the main hall received the order and immediately attacked without hesitation. After all, they were well trained and wouldn't be disrupted by the death of the 5 generals. The handsome man could have done it himself, but he was somewhat guilty after losing to Jun Changshao earlier. Therefore, he let his subordinates be cannon fodder. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least exhaust him for a while. Furthermore, in order to heal his injuries, he had used the Tai race's bloodline ability. At this moment, he had yet to fuse with it perfectly. He needed some time. Although this guy's strength was comparable to that of a martial emperor, he was at most a robber who roamed the universe. Naturally, he would not care about fighting with numbers, nor would he care about the rules of Jianghu. He would not even feel sorry for his subordinate. They're all here? Isn't that exactly what I wanted? Swoosh, whoosh. Jun Changshao flew out with his sword in hand. His entire body flickered in the air as numerous sword shadows interweave. The sword momentum carried an extremely strong binding force, so when it spread out, the hundreds of martial artists who were charging at the front were instantly frozen in place, watching the sword light slash past them. Poochie! Poochie! Wherever the sword light passed, blood splattered. Die! Hoo hoo hoo! The martial artists behind him continued to charge forward, releasing all kinds of martial skills, forming energy rays that dyed the dark sky as if it was daytime. The strength of a single person was limited, but when thousands or even tens of thousands of people gathered together, the momentum was extremely terrifying. However, allowing all kinds of energy to gather, once the binding force of hard to retract saber swept over, they were instantly frozen in the air. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, the light gathered by all kinds of martial skills suddenly exploded. Jun Changshao flew out from the crowd like a meteor, only to see thousands of people falling to the ground together, blood staining the ground. This guy has mastered the power of space. The handsome man frowned, then the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. In his opinion, wantonly releasing the binding force would consume a lot of energy in the body. When his subordinates were almost exhausted, he could easily take him down. His abacus was quite good. Unfortunately, Jun Changshao's space binding force didn't come from himself, but from hard to retract saber. Now that he had abundant spiritual energy, killing people was like chopping melons and vegetables. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword shadows flashed, sweeping across all directions. Plop! Plop! One by one, corpses fell from mid-air, and the blood gathered into a river. Together with the dark environment, it seemed to have turned into a slaughterhouse. The butcher Jun Changshao flew around the crowd, shouting silly lines from time to time. Until 10 minutes later, he landed lightly on the ground. Tens of thousands of martial artists were all under his feet. The scene was very shocking. Hard to retract saber might be useless against the handsome man, but against a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not to mention tens of thousands, even if there were hundreds of thousands, it would still be killed. Ding. Side quest completed. The host has obtained 50,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points. 900,007,0000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, triggering the hidden reward, obtained experience talisman X10. After hearing the prompt, Jun Changshao was a little unhappy and secretly said, "Why only experience talisman and not talisman? Be content." The system said, "All right." Jun Changshao looked at the handsome man and said indifferently, "You can also follow them to hell." The Starry Sky Navigation King's face was abnormally cold. This guy actually killed all his subordinates in less than a cup of tea's time. What was even more unacceptable was that after the battle, he didn't seem to be tired at all. He didn't even take a breath. "Kid," the handsome man said coldly, "your strength is beyond this marshal's imagination, but it doesn't matter because today, no matter what, you will die here." Whoosh whoosh. A powerful aura erupted, and it was as if it had turned into raging waves, causing the entire desolate plain to tremble. Jun Changshao's eyes were filled with surprise. The aura this guy released seemed to be stronger than in the Soul Race continent. The handsome man covered his face and said with a smile, "This marshal has just merged with the Tai race's bloodline and my strength has increased, and you can't wait to die. This saves me a lot of trouble." Tai race's bloodline? Jun Changshao didn't understand. He coldly raised his sword and said, "If you have something to say, say it because you won't have the chance soon." Ah! The handsome man laughed presumptuously and said, "A trash from a lower plane, I will let you see what is strength today." Buzz! As soon as his voice fell, he appeared in front of Jun Changshao out of thin air. The thick aura around him instantly turned into a big hand and pressed down mercilessly. Ka ka ka! Under the explosion of the powerful aura and power, the surrounding space suddenly cracked. It had to be said that under the blessing of the Tai race's bloodline, the handsome man's strength increased significantly. When he attacked, it was really earth-shattering. However, Jun Changshao stood in place, indifferent. Trash! The handsome man's face was abnormally ferocious as he shouted, "Go to hell!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Dozens of big hands pressed down fiercely, and the power contained also increased sharply. At this moment, the expression on the handsome man's face suddenly froze. Because in the area where his aura spread, two middle-aged men appeared in front of Jun Changshao without him noticing. Their eyes were cold. Boom! Boom! The black and white double devils attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The handsome man didn't know whether to fly left or right. In the end, he could only fly out in a 360-degree circle. Boom! The castle collapsed, and dust filled the air. What? The handsome man lying in the ruins spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. Just one punch from each person had damaged his meridians. The strength of the two middle-aged men was terrifying. Shwa! While he was thinking, the white Rakshasa appeared in front of him, grabbed his head with one hand, and then smashed it fiercely on the ground, saying, "Bullying my little brother is bullying me." Boom! With the castle ruins as the center, the ground within 100 miles instantly caved in a deep pit. Tens of thousands of corpses were turned into nothingness under the influence of the remaining power. F***ck. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "So strong?" "Of course." The black Rakshasa stood in front of him with his arms crossed, and the pride of a powerhouse appeared on his face. There was no longer the miserable appearance of being mercilessly pressed to the ground by Go Xing in the Soul Race continent. Chapter 1153. Boom! Boom! There was an explosion, and the crater in the ground expanded. Powerful energy spread everywhere, shattering the space around them. The black Rakshasa had joined in the beating as well. At this moment, the handsome man was being hit by the black Rakshasa like a ball in the ruins. Poor guy. He had used the blood of God to increase his strength, but before he could even show off, he was already being tortured by two upper realm powerhouses. "Brother!" Jun Changshao hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill him, leave him alive for me." The main mission was to defeat or kill the Galactic Seafarer King. Since he came with the Black Rakshasa, he naturally had to finish him off. Plop! The handsome man flew out of the ruins and fell at Jun Changshao's feet like a pile of mud. Swoosh! The hard-to-retract blade pressed down on his neck. Jun Changshao only needed to wave his hand now, and the handsome man's head would fly off. However, the system reminded him, the main mission is to defeat or kill him, which means that the host has to fight him. It's difficult to complete the mission if you look for help and finish him off. That makes sense. Jun Changshao fell silent. The Galactic Seafarer King only had one life. If he killed him and failed to complete the mission, it would be very troublesome. Got it. Jun Changshao squatted down, grabbed the handsome man's hand, and hit himself. He immediately spat out blood and retreated. The Black Rakshasa were stunned. What kind of show is this little brother of mine putting on? Swoosh! Jun Changshao walked over and hit himself with the handsome man's hand again. He then pretended to stagger backward and thought to himself, does this count as a battle? Does killing him count as killing him? The system was speechless. The host is probably the only one who could come up with such a childish idea. The handsome man endured the intense pain all over his body and said angrily with bloodshot eyes, "Trash! Trash, if you didn't have help. You would have died 10,000 times by now, sorry. Jun Changshao said, There are no ifs. Shua. Go to the netherworld and look for your subordinates. They should be waiting anxiously for you by now, said the unstoppable blade on his neck. The handsome man's pupils shrank as a strong aura of death surged into his heart. He hurriedly said in horror, Don't kill me. I have a big secret, Poochie. Before he could finish, his head flew into the air. Hua hua hua. Blood spurted out and the dirty blood dyed the ground red. If a person still had a soul after death, the handsome man would definitely hang in front of the corpse and roar, Under normal circumstances, don't you wait for me to tell you the secret first? Why aren't you following the routine? Robbing Starry Sky Navigation Kings knew many tricks, such as the previously mentioned 3-year promise, 10-year promise, and so on. Because he knew a lot of ways to save his life. It was a pity. This time, the opponent he encountered did not walk the usual path. No matter what big secret you have, as long as a strong killing intent rises in my heart, I won't let you live for another second. The system said, of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke the host's wife. I killed him for the sake of the Starfall continent, not for that woman. Jun Changshao roared inwardly. The system muttered, I'm just complaining. Why is the host so agitated? Could it be that you're angry because I'm right? Jun Changshao threw away the knife that she couldn't retract and clutched her neck with both hands. She looked like she was going to fight it out with her. Little brother, what's wrong? The black and white double ghosts were dumbfounded. If he wanted to be ruthless, he wouldn't even let himself go. This was definitely a person who could accomplish great things. No one would have thought that on an ordinary day, Jun Changshao, whose cultivation base was not even at the peak of Wu Sheng's realm, would actually kill a martial emperor. This could definitely be bragged about for decades. Of course, after the handsome man and his subordinates were killed, the spatial rings on their bodies also became spoils of war. Jun Changshao first looked at the rings of the 5 great generals. Because they had just returned from a robbery, there were countless martial arts resources in them. I'm rich. I'm rich. Goshing's eyes shone with golden light. Then, he peeked into the extra-large spatial ring of the handsome man. He was so excited that he almost fainted on the spot. The Sailing King, who roamed the universe and lived by robbing, had as many as 1 billion spirit stones of different names in the various existential planes. Moreover, there were many rare ores, herbs, crystal cores, martial arts techniques, equipment, and treasures. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Jun Changshao squatted on a rock and laughed wantonly. If all these resources were used for the development of the sect, its overall strength would definitely skyrocket. However, the handsome man had been killed. Why wasn't the second main mission completed? Jun Changshao's smile gradually froze. He roared in his mind, could it be that your crow's beak was right? Stealing the last hit doesn't count as a kill. Impossible. The system said, I'm the strongest face-slapping system, and I'm also a reverse toxic healer. If this is right, it doesn't fit the character setting at all. You're not a F** king human. How can you be a character setting? That makes sense. Although the system sympathized with the host for not completing the second main mission, it was secretly delighted because this time, it didn't F** king get slapped in the face. Ding. The second main mission is complete. Calculating result. The notification and the sound of blood spitting came to Jun Changshao's ears one after another. This instantly restored his broken mood, and he continued to squat on the rock, covering his face and laughing foolishly. A main mission. Ever since he had the system, he had never completed it. After the calculation, the reward would definitely be rich. It's best if I can break through to Martial Emperor directly. Just as Jun Changshao was fantasizing, White Rakshasa walked over and pointed at the warship suspended in the sky. This is good stuff. What does it do? This ship can carry people freely across the universe. It can even ignore the dimensional barriers. That awesome. Jun Changshao took advantage of the fact that there was still time to retract his saber and flew up immediately. There were many mops and buckets scattered on the deck of the star battlefield. Clearly, the handsome man's subordinates were doing routine maintenance before he came. Brother. Jun Changshao looked back and forth and said doubtfully, "This warship looks very ordinary. Can it really cross the universe?" Ordinary? White Rakshasa shook her head and said, "This kind of ship is indeed ordinary in the higher realm. In fact, it can be seen everywhere. However, in the lower realms, if little brother has one, it'll definitely be a symbol of status." "I have a ship," Jun Changshao said. White Rakshasa was astonished. "You have a ship?" Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, "In terms of material, it shouldn't be inferior to this one. However, it doesn't have the ability to cross the universe." "Take it out and let us see," Black Rakshasa said. Whoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand and summoned the archaic warship. Then, he maximized it and placed it side by side with the handsome man's warship. Judging by the naked eye, the archaic warship was slightly stronger than the warship in terms of both structure and material. "Brothers," Jun Changshao said, "this is my—" He suddenly stopped because the black and white Rakshasa were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "Big black idiot," White Rakshasa stuttered, It looks a little familiar." Gulp. Black Rakshasa swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be Senior Tong Gu's warship. That mighty figure who challenged 10 powerhouses by himself during the ancient Tao martial arts symposium?" White Rakshasa's eyes were filled with respect and worship as she spoke. "That's right," Black Rakshasa said seriously, "it's him." Then, he hurriedly turned around and looked at Jun Changshao. As if he had just realized something, he said, "So you're Senior Tong Gu's personal disciple?" Goshing's face was filled with question marks. However, his mind worked quickly and he immediately regained his composure. Then, he turned his back to the black and white Rakshasa and raised his head 45 degrees to look at the stars and sighed. "In the end, I was still discovered by my brothers." Chapter 1154. Jun Changshao had never heard of Senior Tong Gu, let alone know what a personal disciple was. However, he noticed the admiration and worship in the black and white Rakshasa's eyes when they mentioned this person, so he decided to tell a lie. "Although I've told countless lies in my life, I think this one is the most perfect, because they made it up on their own accord. I didn't mean to." "Brothers, you found out in the end." When Jun Changshao said this, he turned his back to the black and white Rakshasa and looked up at the starry sky at a 40-degree angle. His melancholy eyes seemed to be full of stories. As expected, the black Rakshasa, who had always been relatively calm, didn't see any flaws. Instead, he was certain that he was Senior Tong Gu's personal disciple. Heavens! The white Rakshasa, whose IQ had always been low, was now convinced. She said in disbelief, "So little brother has such an identity. This is too explosive." Jun Changshao turned around and said bitterly, "I wanted to interact with you two as a normal person, but in the end, I couldn't hide it." The system said, "This is so King shameless. And the black and white Rakshasa, these two idiot. Host likes to trick people, so why did you create such good conditions for him?" They couldn't be blamed, because the most well-known rumor about Senior Tong Gu in the upper realm was that he once announced to the public that if anyone inherited the ancient warship in the future, they would be his personal disciple. For a long period of time, the martial artists were discussing the ancient warship, discussing who would become its successor. As for this Senior Tong Gu, his Taoist name was Venerable Tong Gu. He was one of the top powerhouses in the upper realm. The black and white Rakshasa had to respectfully refer to themselves as juniors. Let's put it this way. If the upper realm was compared to the falling star continent, Venerable Tonggu's strength and status could definitely reach the level of a martial emperor. A powerhouse of this level could be said to be a super overlord who could call the wind and summon the rain. There were so many geniuses who wanted to be his disciple that a super-large city couldn't hold them all. The black and white Rakshasa had naturally heard of Venerable Tonggu, but they never thought that their little brother in the lower realm would have his ancient worship. Personal disciple. Definitely a personal disciple. No one questioned? Suspecting that the ship was a fake or a stolen one. In terms of the materials and workmanship of the ancient warship, the twin ghosts of black and white could tell at a glance that it was definitely not something that the handsome man's interstellar warship could compare to. Even in the upper realm, it would still be a first-rate warship. If the lower realm could copy it, then why didn't he go to heaven? As for stealing? Come on, that's Venerable Tonggu we're talking about, a top powerhouse from the upper realm. Even the guy who dared to steal the dragon egg back then might not dare to steal his ship even if he had 10 times the courage. In summary, his sworn brother was Venerable Tonggu's direct disciple, so the ancient warship must have been passed down to him. The scariest thing in the world was one's own imagination. What was even scarier was that everything was just a coincidence. What was the truth? Jun Changxiao's ancient warship was something he had found in the planar battlefield. Of course, the reason as to why the warship had sealed the planar battlefield in such a way was unknown. Little brother. The white Rakshasa leaned over and put a hand on his shoulder. She smiled and said, "I'll be counting on you to take care of me in the future." She and the black Rakshasa could only be considered experts in the upper realm, but they were still far from the top. Now that they knew that their sworn brother had the stone statue ability and was Venerable Tonggu's direct disciple, they immediately lowered their status. Right. He was even related to the even more awesome 7 profound sage Venerable. Oh my god! This was a golden thigh. In the Soul Continent, they had even considered letting the twin ghosts of black and white become accessories. Now, the situation was reversed. The twin ghosts of black and white almost hugged Jun Changxiao's thigh and said, "Little brother, do you lack accessories on your legs?" A beautiful misunderstanding caused the twin ghosts of black and white to take Jun Changxiao seriously and treat him as their brother. It was a pity that they didn't have a cigarette or a fire. Otherwise, one of them would have given him a cigarette and the other lit it. Good chance. A great chance. Seeing that their attitude toward him had changed greatly, Jun Changxiao took the opportunity to persuade them. "Brothers, you won't be able to return to the upper realm anytime soon. Why don't you join the sect of all times and help me?" The twin ghosts of black and white fell silent. To be honest, the two of them were lone cultivators in the upper realm. They had never considered joining a sect, and they were used to living a carefree life. Jun Changxiao took a step back and said, "If you don't agree, I won't force you. I can only find someone else to take up the position of protector." Protector? This position was not low in the sect. Under normal circumstances, apart from the patriarch and deputy patriarch, elders and protectors were the highest in the sect. The former had a certain amount of power, while the latter was a super fighter and had relatively more freedom. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "In order to test me, Master threw me into the lower realm and developed the sect within a set time. Then, he would ascend to the upper realm. Looking at it now, it will probably take a long time." The twin ghosts of black and white were pleasantly surprised. Goshing's words revealed 2 things to them. First, he had been ordered by Venerable Tonggu to develop the sect in the lower realm. Second, he would return to the upper realm in the future. If they helped their younger brother develop the sect, they would be able to meet Venerable Tonggu when they ascended, right? If the old man was happy and gave them some opportunities, wouldn't that be wonderful? Younger brother. The twin ghosts of black and white stood in line and cupped their hands, saying, "If you don't mind, we brothers are willing to join the sect of all times and help you build a better tomorrow." Jun Changxiao said, I'm more than happy to have you two brothers joining. How could I mind? As he spoke, he took out two forms. The twin ghosts of black and white twitched their mouth. As expected of a sect leader, he always carried the sect's entry forms with him. Name: White Rakshasa, Black Rakshasa. Gender: if you write male, it's male. If you write female, it's female. After filling out the forms and stamping the sect's seal, the twin ghosts of black and white officially joined the sect of all times. As for the protector positions, they would have to return to the sect to make arrangements. If I say that my sect is the strongest in the Starfall continent, who dares to disagree? Jun Changshao said proudly. The system said, in terms of top-tier strength, it is indeed the strongest. However, the host has to raise the sect's level first. No problem, no problem. Jun Changshao didn't care about the sect's level at all. Moreover, the top-tier strength and core strength were increasing day by day, so it would be easy to raise the sect's level. Patriarch White Rakshasa said, do you want to take this interstellar warship with you? Brother. Jun Changshao smiled and said, we are sworn brothers. In the future, when there are no outsiders, you don't have to call me Patriarch. Two martial emperors were a force to be reckoned with, so he had to treat them well. White Rakshasa and Black Rakshasa smiled and thought, to be able to befriend such a loyal little brother in the lower realm is a great opportunity. Whoosh! In the desolate plain, Jun Changshao drove the interstellar warship out of the space barrier and into the endless universe. Strange. On the way, he asked in confusion, why isn't the main mission over yet? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second side mission. You have gained 100,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points. 1-900-007-0000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. You have gained the main mission reward. You have gained Opening Talisman 3x1, 7 Profound Sunglow Fragment Scroll 4x1. That's it? Hearing the notification, Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. The brand new Opening Talisman and 7 Profound Sunglow Fragment Scroll 4 were good, but it was a main mission after all. The rewards were too little. Ding. The host has completed the main mission. The advanced store is temporarily replaced by Supreme Goods. Please purchase within 24 hours. Otherwise, it will return to its original state. Damn. Supreme Goods. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. At this moment, an unstoppable sign of advancement suddenly appeared in his body. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to rank 6 Sword and Martial Saint. Ding. The host. Ding. The host. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to rank 9 Sword and Martial Saint. After the series of notifications ended, Jun Changshao stood dumbfounded in place. After a while, he clenched his fists in ecstasy and roared in his mind, "Awesome, awesome, awesome, yay, yay, yay." Thump! He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. "Little brother!" By Rakshasa exclaimed, "Why are you lying on the ground?" "Big brother." "I'm a little weak," Jun Changshao said weakly. "I need to rest for a while. You guys can control the warship for now." The expressions on the black and white Rakshasas' faces became interesting. He was so excited just now that he was jumping around like a monkey. Why was he suddenly weak? "Little brother." By Rakshasa helped him up and said seriously, "You're still very young. You should focus on cultivation. Don't indulge in beauty." "Big brother." "I'm weak because of side effects. It's not what you think." Chapter 1155. Jun Changshao couldn't help but feel paralyzed again after the effects of hard-to-retract blade ended. He had experienced this many times. Not only was he able to adapt, he even showed a look of enjoyment on his weak face. Don't get me wrong, Go Xing wasn't a clean freak. He was enjoying himself because he had gained a lot from dealing with the handsome man. A side quest, a main quest, a brand new talisman for opening seals, a fragment of the 7 mysterious Sunglow scroll, and a huge amount of martial arts resources in the handsome man's ring. I can't take it anymore. Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said with an annoying look, I'm going to die of happiness. The system was speechless. I still have 10 experience talismans. Wouldn't it be easy to break through to Wu Xing's peak after crushing them? Jun Changxiao's face showed an even more annoying look of pride. The system finally found a chance to attack him and said, Host, you're thinking too much. Above the 9th grade Wu Xing is the peak. To break through to the peak, you definitely need to complete an epic mission. Now that you mention it, Jun Changxiao said, unknowingly I'm about to reach the peak of a realm. Time passes so quickly. It feels like there's no difficulty at all. The system really couldn't take it anymore. Of course, if Go Xing's words were heard by the powerhouses of various realms, they would definitely spit at him and drown him alive. Oh right! There's also a supreme item. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the high-level store. The original item disappeared and was replaced by a big box with a... Back then, he had obtained a supreme item in the mid-level store. He spent 5,000 contribution points and obtained a set of indestructible underwear, and socks. Most importantly, the life and death secret realm. Why was it the most important? Because the appearance of the life and death secret realm not only provided a better training ground for disciples, but also provided contribution points for a long time. It was simply too good. What good things can I get this time? Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands and then clicked on the box with a question mark. There was no introduction, only a clear price of 100,000 contribution points. When he counted the zeros on his fingers, he held his head and roared, This is 2F** king expensive. There's a reason why it's expensive. I recommend the host to buy 100,000 stars, the system said. Jun Changxiao said, If I buy it, it's equal to completing the main mission. I won't get any contribution points. At the very least, you'll be able to obtain a supreme grade item. If you obtain a set of clothes that can never be damaged, you can give it to exposed Kwang to wear. In the long run, you'll be able to save quite a bit of money, the system said. F***ck off. Good. To get the Xianyuan sword, Sunbao, and Pangu. The host has spent 100,000 contribution points and obtained a supreme item X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Jun Changxiao clutched his chest and said with a pained expression, If I can't get anything good, I might really die. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao said, I'll die if I don't get anything good. Whoosh. His soul entered the spatial ring and stood in front of the supreme item in the form of a big box. As for what was inside, he would only know after touching it. Phew! Jun Changxiao took a deep breath and put his hand on it. Buzz! Golden ripples appeared in the area where his palm touched the box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the indestructible top X1, indestructible pants X1, indestructible black robe X1. They have been transferred to the spatial ring. What the F***ck? Jun Changxiao roared, You idiot, you were right. The first supreme item was underwear, and the second supreme item was clothes. Can it be any weirder? Besides, do I look like someone who lacks underwear and clothes? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the supreme item reward, 1 punch to kill X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the supreme item reward, 9 Heaven Secret Realm X1. After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao really wanted to complain. Can't the system just finish the sentence? Why did it have to interrupt halfway? Whoosh, whoosh. A token and a whirlpool entrance similar to the one in the life and death secret realm appeared in the spatial ring. This 9 Heavens mystery realm sounds pretty impressive. Jun Changshao hurriedly flipped through the manual. After reading it, he was overjoyed. I didn't waste the 100,000 contribution points. According to the introduction, the 9 Heaven Secret Realm was similar to the Life and Death Secret Realm. It could allow the warriors to engage in actual combat. Qingyang and the others will definitely improve their cultivation quickly if they go in. The Life and Death Secret Realm had many difficulties and 3 fixed levels. There were 9 levels in the 9 Heaven Secret Realm. Every time one passed through a level, they would gain corresponding experience points. It was indeed a holy land for martial arts. Of course, Jun Changshao knew that it would be difficult to pass through this kind of middle-rank secret realm. During this time, the host's cultivation has been improving. It seems that you are about to break through the peak of Wusheng. However, your disciple has fallen behind. The appearance of the 9 Heaven Secret Realm might be a turning point for the sect. I hope so. Jun Changshao was looking forward to it. Then, he held the token in his hand and wondered, it sounds like a martial skill. Shouldn't it be a secret manual? Xiao. At this moment, the token suddenly shattered and turned into light that drilled into the sea of consciousness, allowing him to gain a lot of information in an instant. So this is the one-punch kill. Jun Changshao clenched his fist and smiled. At this moment, he had learned the one-punch kill through the memories that surged into his mind. As long as he was facing an enemy, he could achieve the true meaning of one-punch kill. Me! Invincible. Host, you are thinking too much. The system said, this kind of martial skill can only be used when the trigger conditions are met, so it has a lot of limitations. The trigger condition for one-punch kill was that the enemy had to be arrogant enough in front of Jun Changshao. Only when the value reached the peak could it be used. Moreover, there were also side effects. After using one-punch kill, all his hair would fall off. Even if he was weak for a year or two, Jun Changshao could accept it. But without a head of black hair, he couldn't bear it. The system said, the host has hair growth agents, are you still afraid of becoming bald? That's true. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, however, I'm afraid that this condition is not easy to meet. Arrogant. How did he define it? If he met an enemy who was much stronger than him, he would directly slap him without going through the procedure, not giving him a chance to gather the value at all. That would be useless. So, the system said, this can only be used as a trump card. The host still has a long way to go before he becomes invincible. Chapter 1156. Jun Changshao didn't dwell too much on the one-hit kill. Instead, he focused on the 9 Heavens Mystery Realm. The more benefits the disciples could obtain in a cultivation place like this, the more it would help the sect become the strongest. I'll return to the sect as soon as possible and settle this thing down. Jun Changshao looked at the indestructible clothes and pants and thought, I can give them to the Purple King. I won't have to worry about him exploding in the future. As the sect grew stronger, they naturally had to pay attention to their character. Hall Master Z's behavior of tearing his clothes apart when he fought seriously damaged the sect's image. The system said, as long as the host exists, it won't exist. What? Am I lacking in character? Bah! You're either running your mouth or scamming people all day long. You have the nerve to say that you're lacking in character? Damn it! Jun Changshao roared. I'm doing this for the sake of the sect. If we develop properly, we'll definitely explode in 100 years. It was undeniable that sometimes he was indeed asking for a beating. Sometimes he was indeed shameless. However, he was doing this for the sake of the sect. Otherwise, if he had taken the open path, the black and white double killers wouldn't have been tricked into joining. A general builds his success on the bones of thousands. Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back and said proudly, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. The system was speechless. After opening the supreme item, Jun Changshao focused on the opening talisman, 3. Without a doubt, this was definitely used to unlock the third form. Should I modify it now? He still had an opening talisman to unlock the second form, so he was a little hesitant. Modify it, the system said, with the host's current cultivation as a 9th stage sword and martial saint. Even if you don't use hard to keep saber, you'll still be able to kill your enemies. Why don't you quickly modify the third form and enrich your cheat library? That's reasonable. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took the modification spirit stone. Then, he released his soul to envelop it until it turned into a viscous liquid. Then, he took hard to keep saber and started the second modification. There was no need to talk about the process. Anyway, after an hour of fusion, hard to keep saber successfully leveled up. From the looks of it, it was the same as before. He didn't know what it would look like after it was unsheathed. It should be very cool. The shape of the sword in its second form was already very good, so Jun Changshao judged that the third form would definitely be even more handsome. Little brother. At that moment, White Rakshasa's voice sounded by his ear. What are you thinking about? Jun Changshao sighed and said, Master's temperament is strange, and he's usually a man of few words. Naturally, he wouldn't tell me anything. He even used the phrase, Master leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. This lie was enough to make the system believe that he really was Venerable Tong Gu's direct disciple. The White Rakshasa laughed. That's how powerful beings are. However, little brother, you're able to become Senior Tong Gu's personal disciple. That's something that many geniuses would be envious of. The Black Rakshasa, who was controlling the warship, said, Under normal circumstances, warships that can travel through space require high-grade energy stones to drive. Little brother, you can find some to try. I've tried. Jun Changshao said, It can only increase the speed of flight, but it can't travel through space. What kind of energy stones do you use? The Black Rakshasa asked. Jun Changshao took out a hexagram stone. The Black Rakshasa took it. After sensing it for a bit, he said with disdain, This kind of trash is nothing more than a low-grade stone in the upper realm. It's definitely difficult to drive the ancient battleship to travel through space. Jun Changshao was speechless. The hexagram stone was the highest-grade spirit stone he had ever seen, but it was described as trash like a low-grade stone. The Black Rakshasa pointed at the formation driving system used to drive the interstellar battleship. Only the energy stones embedded here can be used to travel through space. Is that so? Jun Changshao hurriedly looked over. The warship's driving system is very similar to the one in the ancient battleship. If there was a difference, it would be that the energy stones embedded in the energy slots looked larger than the hexagram stone. The aura emanating from them was thicker. Could it be that there's an energy source even stronger than the 9 heavens continents spirit stones in the mortal realm? Jun Changshao asked. The 9 heavens continent? The Black Rakshasa said, I've heard of this plane. Although its strength is not bad, it can only barely be ranked among the top among the tens of thousands of planes. There are many more that are stronger than it. Such as? The All-Heaven continent, the Starry Ocean continent. The White Rakshasa said, These planes are all very powerful. The energy sources they have are also much stronger than that hexagram stone. Jun Changshao smiled bitterly. He had thought that he knew enough about the mortal realm after entering the planar battlefield. After hearing what the Black Rakshasa and White Rakshasa said, he realized that what he knew was just a drop in the ocean. The planar battlefield was only a battlefield. It was still chosen by the upper realm to enter, so it did not mean that all the planes were gathered. There were still many powerful planes that had not entered. The reason? Too powerful. Letting them in would affect the balance. As for the 2 continents mentioned by the White Rakshasa, not only were their overall strength strong, but they even had people in the upper realm. Oh right, little brother. The Black Rakshasa said, That navigation king should have high-grade spirit stones in his interspatial ring. You can use them as energy. Perhaps it can allow the archaic warship to travel through the universe. Let me see. Jun Changshao fused into the oversized interspatial ring. Sure enough, he found 10,000 large-grade spirit stones that were different from other spirit stones. The heaven and earth attribute contained within them were 10 times stronger than the hexagram stone. I'm rich. Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed. One of these large-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 hexagram stones. That was equivalent to 100 natural spirit stones in the falling star continent. After opening the 9 heavens mystery realm and now obtaining high-grade spirit stones, not only would the sect's overall strength increase, but it would also be able to nurture the core disciples and higher-ups in the shortest time possible. Little brother, the spirit stones have been embedded. In the universe, the archaic battlefield was summoned and floated quietly. The white Rakshasa took out the hexagram stone embedded in the energy slot and replaced it with large-grade spirit stones. We can go now. The black Rakshasa crossed her arms. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and fused into the engine. With a bang, he was plastered to the door of the control room. Whoosh! In the vast universe, the archaic warship was at full power. It was several times faster than the interstellar warship as it sped towards the falling star continent. In the blink of an eye, it was as if it had jumped over instead of flying. Heavens, this is too fast. Jun Changxiao's expression froze as he was supported by the white Rakshasa. The black Rakshasa said, "If we have high-grade spirit stones, senior archaic warship can travel even faster. It probably won't take more than 2 hours to travel between 2 distant planes." Jun Changxiao excitedly said, "This is a must-have item when going on a journey and robbing a house." Just as Go Xing used high-grade spirit stones to activate the archaic warship's ability to travel through the universe, several dozen Crimson Sea continent cultivators outside a small stronghold in the planar battlefield revealed looks of fear. In front of them, the Earth Battalion leader was covered in wounds and lying on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. A lithe figure walked over and then stopped in front of the Earth Battalion leader and stepped on his face. She raised her head and looked at the group of terrified people with her nose. She said proudly, "Go back and tell your boss to pay the ransom. Otherwise, just wait to collect this guy's corpse." Gulp. The Crimson Sea continent cultivators swallowed their saliva. Holy crap! Why is this plane that has just replaced the falling star continent is even more powerful than that crazy guy? Chapter 1157. The Soul Race continent that replaced the falling star continent had already arrived at the planar battlefield. Because they had just entered, they did not engage in any large-scale battles to obtain merit points, so their stronghold was very small. The Scarlet Sea continent, which loved to bully new players, immediately rushed over after receiving the news. In the end, the Earth-ranked expert leading them was beaten to the ground by the Rose Queen. In terms of rank, this woman was definitely a heaven-ranked expert in the planar battlefield. Because she was infinitely close to shattering the void, she was even stronger than the other heaven-ranked experts. The Scarlet Sea continent bullying the Soul Race continent was no less tragic than bullying the Falling Star continent when they had just arrived. Why was that? Because Jun Changxiao, who had just arrived, could only rely on his unstoppable blade. Without any trump cards, he was nothing. Queen Rose was a strong woman who had fought all over the world. She would definitely beat anyone who came her way. She was completely unreasonable. As for extortion, she had invaded many planes before. Not only was she proficient in this, but she was also thousands of years older than Jun Changxiao. The Scarlet Sea continent's martial artists didn't manage to gain any advantage. They returned to their own stronghold dejectedly and informed Hong Yao of the matter. Hong Yao immediately flew into a rage and said, "Are all new planes so arrogant now?" They had been bullied badly enough by Jun Changxiao, almost kneeling and bowing their heads. Now, an even more arrogant continent had come. This was intolerable. Palace Lord, let's bring people over, the Blue Sea Palace elder said. I don't believe that a new plane can be stronger than the Falling Star continent and more arrogant than Jun Changshao. Our Scarlet Sea continent has been mocked by the other planes recently. If we continue to tolerate being bullied by another plane, we won't be able to raise our heads when we go out, another elder said angrily. The upper echelons of the Blue Sea Palace strongly suggested that the Palace Lords send their strongest forces to teach the Soul Race continent a lesson. They would also let the other planes know that the Scarlet Sea continent was not to be trifled with. For glory, fight, fight, fight. All right. Hong Yao stood up and slapped the armrest. Send people to follow me to the Soul Race continent's stronghold. That day, thousands of streaks of light flew out of the Scarlet Sea continent's stronghold. About an hour later, the Yellow, Profound, and Earth-ranked experts of the Scarlet Sea continent all unleashed their powerful auras as they gathered outside the stronghold of the Soul Race. With such a lineup, they could totally go to the slaughtering Azura arena and fight. This also meant that Hong Yao was really going all out for the sake of the plane's honor. The main reason was that Go Xing had bullied him too much. Now that that fellow had finally left and was stripped of his qualifications by the upper realm, his stronghold was in a state of temporary closure. In the end, an even more arrogant Soul Clan continent had arrived. Plop! Within the stronghold, the Scarlet Sea continent's name was thrown to the ground. Several Spiritas martial artists moved over a chair and Empress Rose sat down valiantly. Looking at the several thousand Crimson Sea continent martial artists gathered outside, she smiled and said, "It's just a ransom. Is there a need to make such a big scene?" As expected of the Empress of the Soul Race, her style was strong. Hong Yao sneered and said, "You are the master of the Soul Race's stronghold?" Rose Queen clasped her fingers together and said calmly, "Please call me Your Majesty." Hong Yao's face turned cold and he said, "You'd better hand over my people quickly, or else," boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded and dust filled the sky. Rose Queen, who was originally sitting in the stronghold, was now standing where Hong Yao was. As for the latter, he flew thousands of feet away and sank into a mountain with a ferocious expression. Instant kill with a punch. Go Xing, who had just entered back then, definitely could not have done this. Rose Queen retracted her aura and said indifferently, "No money, no people." It was understandable for a man to be arrogant and domineering, but for a woman to be superior, this was unbelievable. All hail the Empress! Long live the Empress! In the stronghold, the Soul Race martial artists shouted loudly. Palace Lord! The expressions of the Jade Sea Palace's upper echelons changed. Hong Yao, who was in the sunken mountain, endured the intense pain and said with difficulty, "Go, boom, boom, boom." Before he could finish speaking, a powerful explosion and waves of air burst out. In his slightly blurry vision, he could only see his own martial artists unlocking new positions and flying out. Thousand hands plucking flowers. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Slender jade hands bloomed all over the area where the thousands of Scarlet Sea continent martial artists were, and then began to beat them up like flowers in the prime of their lives. In a moment, everyone, including the upper echelons of the Jade Sea Palace, was on the ground. Some of their faces were swollen, and some of their teeth were knocked out. The scene was too horrible to look at. Swoosh! Rose Queen retracted the green attribute she had released and floated proudly in the air. She looked at Hong Yao and said, "Go back and tell your boss that each head is worth 10,000 spirit stones. If he doesn't deliver them by tomorrow, they will all die." The handsome man had caused a ruckus in the Soul Race continent, causing immeasurable losses, so she had to find other planes to get more resources to compensate. However, Rose Queen did not know that the guy she had killed in an instant was the boss of the Scarlet Sea continent. Hong Yao was stunned. This woman's strength was too terrifying. If he had obtained information that Rose Queen was so strong that Jun Go Xing had to use 3 trump cards to barely defeat her, it would be very easy to understand. Did you guys hear? The Soul Race continent that replaced the Falling Star continent is not a pushover. They destroyed the Scarlet Sea continent as soon as they arrived. Damn, there's such a thing? The Scarlet Sea continent's Palace Master Hong led a large group of people to attack, but they were all defeated. In the end, they had to spend millions of spirit stones to return to their base. The news that the Soul Race continent had defeated the Scarlet Sea continent as soon as they arrived spread in the planar battlefield, causing a huge commotion. However, just a day later, an even more shocking news came. The Soul Race continent's cultivators went out to train and had a conflict with the Lingyun continent's cultivators. Then, the leader of the base led people to attack the base and forced the other side to hand over a large amount of martial resources. 2 planes in 2 days. This Soul Race continent was quite strong. City Lord. In the 9 Heavens continent's base, an upper echelon reported, the new Soul Race continent's level is higher than the Falling Star continent. The person in charge is called Rose Queen, and her strength is heaven. Mo Shangxing was speechless. The patriarch of the sect of all times just left, and now there's Rose Queen. Are the lower planes so fierce? The elder said, Rose Queen is stronger than Jun Changshao. According to the information from the front lines, she seems to be preparing to cause trouble for the Shengxian continent. Mo Shangxing shook his head and said, she's only been here for a few days, and she's already causing trouble everywhere. Sooner or later, she'll become the target of public criticism. However, he paused for a moment and said with a serious expression, this woman is so unbridled. Perhaps she has someone backing her. Send orders to the people in the continent and have them gather information about the Soul Race continent. The sooner the better. Yes. Just as Rose Queen was about to set off a rose storm in the planar battlefield, Jun Changshao had already returned to the sect and spent 20,000 contribution points to buy the 7 profound Sunglow fragment scroll. His contribution points were now at 70,000. It could be said that he was very happy. Sigh. I wonder who's the unlucky one now. Judging from the situation with Rose Queen and the twin black-white devils, Jun Changshao had a rough idea that the 7 profound Sunglow fragment scroll he had bought must have been stolen from somewhere else. The system said, the host bought it with contribution points. How can it be considered stealing? Damn. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, it's true that I spent money to buy it, but it was also stolen by the system. Don't try to deny it. Everyone knows. Chapter 1158. In a certain dimension. In an area with high mountains and dangerous terrain. Dozens of warships with powerful auras were suspended in midair. The martial artists standing on them had different appearances. Whoosh whoosh. In front of the warships, in front of a stone wall that was as smooth as a mirror, several powerful martial artists stood at different angles. Majestic energy surged around them as if they were endlessly attacking the barrier. Second brother, could this be a scam? On one of the warships, a dark-skinned martial artist asked in a low voice. Impossible. The martial artist called Second Brother said, several masters have joined forces to attack it for so long and still can't break it. There must be a remnant scroll hidden inside. The Starry Sea King is full of lies. Would he really tell us the location? The dark-skinned man questioned. Second Brother sneered. With the temperament of the masters, if that guy really dares to lie to us, he'll be hunted down by the entire universe. That's true. The dark-skinned man frowned. However, the Starry Sea King is as slippery as a loach. It wasn't easy for the masters to catch him. How could they let him go? Ha ha. Second Brother laughed. That guy likes to rob other dimensions. The masters kept him alive in the hope that he would come and take advantage of us when he's free. I see. The dark-skinned man suddenly understood. That's right. The Starry Sea King they were talking about was the handsome man who was killed by Jun Changshao. As for the big secret he mentioned before his death, It was also related to the 7 Profound Sunglow Fragment Scroll 4. The 7 Profound Sunglow Fragment was regarded as a top-level martial art in the upper realm. It attracted all kinds of martial artists, let alone in the mortal world. Therefore, this secret was indeed at the level of big secret. It was a pity Jun Changshao did not take the usual path. He did not give the handsome man a chance to escape with the secret as an excuse. He simply cut off his head. After all, he was controlled by the stone statue at that time and locked onto the black and white double ghost. If he ran twice, he would be raising a tiger and taking the opportunity to harm himself and his family. This was definitely not Jun Changxiao's style. Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from the smooth stone wall. The defensive barrier that seemed to have existed for a long time was finally broken by 5 masters whose strength was not inferior to the handsome man's. Whoosh! 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 After the fragments of flowing light scattered, they directly flew in and landed in a cave that emitted an ancient aura. They locked onto a stone platform in the central region. But there was nothing on it. Damn it! A burly middle-aged man said angrily, "That guy lied to us. There's nothing here." A man with cold eyes gritted his teeth and said, "The navigation king should know how to enter and took the scroll first. So, we worked for nothing for a month. I told you, this guy can't be trusted. Now I've been played like a monkey by that guy." The rage in the eyes of the 5 experts was about to incinerate the entire cave abode. "Humph." The white-haired old man in a long robe sneered, "Does that guy really think that he can sit back and relax after deceiving us?" Schwa. With a wave of his hand, a compass appeared out of thin air. Buzz. Infusing his soul power into the compass began to flicker before finally stopping in front of a certain location. The white-haired old man said, "Let's go and find him." Swish. Swish. In just a moment, the dozens of battleships hanging outside the stone wall pierced through the sky, penetrated the space barrier, and disappeared without a trace. They had misunderstood the handsome man. In fact, before breaking through the space barrier, the 4th scroll of the 7 mysterious sunglow was indeed placed on the stone platform. But later, it disappeared and reappeared in Go Xing's interspatial ring. This was not considered stealing, because the scroll sealed in the cave abode was an ownerless item. If the handsome man, who was lining up on the Yellow Springs Road, knew that his big secret was easily obtained by Jun Changshao, he would definitely come back to life and die again. In the desolate plain, 5 experts with extraordinary cultivation bases stood outside the palace ruins. Looking at the decapitated corpse of the interstellar navigation king, their eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy was actually killed. The burly middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "The navigation king's strength was not inferior to any of us. But now, his head was chopped off. I'm afraid the culprit is no small matter. The interspatial ring is gone, and so is the battleship. I'm afraid he met someone of the same trade," the cold man deduced. The white-haired old man said, "We let him go for more than half a year. During this time, he must have snatched a lot of good things. But now, someone else got it first. It's a bit unpleasant. The resources are not important. What's important is that the 4th scroll was also snatched," the cold man said. "Old Wu," the burly middle-aged man asked, "can you find out who the culprit is?" The white-haired old man sat down and said, "I'll use the time reversal technique. You guys protect me." "Okay." The 4 immediately stood in 4 directions and waited solemnly. Swish. Swish. The white-haired old man made a complicated hand seal and then pointed at his forehead. His whole body seemed to have merged with the surrounding space. In his sea of consciousness, scenes of what had happened here appeared. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao did not know that after he committed the crime, someone would actually use the time reversal technique to investigate. At this moment, he was standing at the back of the mountain, pointing at the entrance of the whirlpool that had just been set up. This is the 9-heaven mystery realm. There are 9 levels of heaven inside. Every level is a test. If you can pass the test, you will receive the corresponding reward. Patriarch, what reward? Li Tiantian asked. Jun Changshao said, You'll know when you go in. Okay. Li Tiantian strode forward and was the first to enter the 9-heaven mystery realm. Poor child. Su Xiaoma shook his head. Even Li Qingyang, who had always been steady, gave Li Tiantian a sympathetic look and secretly prayed that he could come out safely. As senior disciples of the sect, they knew better than anyone else that if the Patriarch took out a new mystery realm, he would definitely be tortured to death. Sima Zhongda, Lin Jianghang, and the others wanted to go in, but seeing that their senior brothers who were more senior than them did not move, they suppressed their thoughts and quietly waited for Li Tiantian to explore. Swish! About half an hour later, a stream of light shot out from the whirlpool like a cannonball, and then there was a boom sound. Everyone turned their heads in unison and saw Li Tiantian falling down from the sunken mountain with his arms and legs spread out. Sun Bukong ran over and put his hand on his pulse, saying, He's not dead, he's still alive. The disciples immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was not dead, there was no big problem. If Li Tiantian knew, he would definitely stand up and curse. What happened to the sex affection? What happened to the sex affection? What happened to the sex affection? You big bastards! Jun Changshao said, This is the result of not passing the test. So, before you enter the 9-heaven mystery realm, you must be careful. Yi Xingchen walked out and said proudly, I'll try. Swish. He stepped into the 9-heaven mystery realm. Swish. The scene in front of him changed and was replaced by a strange scene. There were a few options in the sky. They were easy mode, normal mode, hard mode, hell mode. Yi Xingchen smiled coldly. When he entered the life-death mystery realm for the first time, he chose the hell mode and was instantly killed by the Saint Beast. There was no other way. After all, he had just entered the martial king realm. The current me. I'm no longer the previous me. So, Pei Ania clenched his fists tightly, and a martial emperor aura seemed to emerge from his body. He said with a majestic voice, I choose the easy mode. Chapter 1159. Yi Xingchen had changed. He actually chose the easy mode in the 9-heaven secret realm. Oh my God! This would never have happened in the past. After all, Night Emperor was one of the strongest in the Falling Star continent. When he chose the easy mode in the life and death secret realm, he was traumatized by the hell mode. Moreover, after cultivating in the sect for so many years, although he still looked arrogant on the outside, he had changed a lot in his heart. To be exact, Night Emperor was no longer as reckless as before. This wasn't cowardice. This was a change in the truest sense. At this moment, he could even sing along with Jun Changshao. Swish! After choosing the easy mode, another 9 options appeared. They were the 5 heavens with metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and martial. Yi Xingchen quickly understood a thing or two from the word. But what did Wu Zhongtian mean? Could it be related to martial arts or martial arts? This is it. Anyo chose Wu Zhongtian. His physical body was already at its peak, and he was more focused on improving his martial arts realm. If Wu Zhongtian could help him with his martial arts, it would be great. Swish! Suddenly, the scene before his eyes changed, revealing a dense mass of weapons of various shapes and sizes, and they emanated formidable might as they floated in midair. So it's related to weapons. Yi Xingchen was depressed. If he knew, he would have chosen any of the 5 heavens. At least it would correspond to the 5 elements heaven reflection technique. If it was a weapon, it wouldn't be related to the martial arts realm. Swish! Swish! At this moment, a sword that was floating in the distance flew over. It was like a peacock spreading its tail. It transformed into countless swords and flew over like a rainstorm. Yi Xingchen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately used his movement technique to dodge. However, it was fine if he didn't move. The moment he moved, the sword flew over even faster. He could only twist his butt and body to dodge in between the gaps. I'm an expert, an expert, an expert. I'm invincible in the world. I'm not going to stop until I'm drunk tonight. The background music that was very compatible with Yi Xingqian started playing. It was as if he was drunk, dancing the most sensual dance in the Rain of Swords. Every movement was in sync with the background music. He could be said to be a maniac. As Anyo had been building his physical body all year round, as well as doing morning exercises every day, there was no need to comment on his body's coordination and flexibility. There was only one word to describe it: strong. However, after dodging the first wave of sword rain, the second wave followed closely behind, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Shua! Yi Xingqian made a prompt decision and grabbed at the void. His personal divine weapon, Li Perish and Sacrifice to the Heavens, appeared instantly. Then, he swung it up and smashed it towards the oncoming rain of swords. Boom! 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 Second senior brother. Outside the secret realm, Su Xiaoma whispered, "Can junior brother Yi make it through? I heard from the heavens that there is a mode similar to the life and death secret realm. If he chooses the hell mode, I'm afraid he will be in trouble again." Li Qingyang said. After about an hour, everyone waited anxiously. Finally, they saw Yi Xingqian walk out of the Nine Heavens secret realm. The arrogance on his face was even stronger than before he entered. Disciple Yi Xingqian has passed Wu Zhongtian's test. A deep voice could be heard from the secret realm. He passed. Junior brother Yi is awesome. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the rest surrounded him. Before they could ask what was going on, Yi Xingqian's body fell straight to the ground with his face facing down. There were sword marks on his back that were almost torn to shreds. Zoro said, "I have never been injured from the back." Night Emperor said, "I have never been injured from the front." This, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the rest were dumbfounded. Junior brother Yi had passed and ended up in such a miserable state. One could imagine how terrifying the Nine Heavens secret realm was. Junior brother. Li Qingyang helped him up and asked, "What mode did you choose?" Normal mode. Yi Xingqian still cared about his figure. Hence, he would never say that he had chosen the easy mode. Li Qingyang said, "Let's choose the easy mode." Alright. Yi Xingqian was strong and they recognized his strength. They would not be stupid enough to challenge the normal mode. After the disciples made their choice, they entered the Nine Heavens secret realm one by one and chose a level of heaven according to their attribute. Disciple Li Qingyang has passed Lei Zhongtian's test. Disciple Xiao Ziji has passed Tu Zhongtian's test. Disciple Su Xiaoma has passed Feng Zhongtian's test. The few core disciples entered one after another and passed the test after an hour. However, they were also exhausted like Yi Xingqian and fell to the ground. The process was not important. What was important was the result. Although they were miserable, they had a better understanding of martial arts and their attribute. Especially Su Xiaoma, who had fallen behind his fellow sect members. After passing Feng Zhongtian's test, not only did his speed increase, his realm also increased by one stage. Ding! Disciple Su Xiaoma has passed Feng Zhongtian's test and increased by one stage. Host has received 10 contribution points. When Jun Changshao, who was sipping tea outside the secret land, heard the system announcement, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. Disciple breaking through one stage in the Nine Heavens secret realm actually rewarded him with 10 contribution points. If tens of thousands of people broke through by one stage, wouldn't that be tens of thousands multiplied by 10? That would be a few 100,000 contribution points. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Jun Changshao could not help but laugh out loud. The disciples who were queuing up turned around and shook their heads. Patriarch did not take his medicine on time? The sect was already used to Jun Changxiao's sudden laughter. Hence, they did not think much of it and continued to focus on the 9 heaven secret realm. After a day, tens of thousands of disciples entered the 9 heaven secret realm to take the test. In the end, only a few thousand people passed. If it was the training tower or life and death secret realm, once one failed, one would have to rest for a few days. However, the middle grade 9 heaven secret realm was more humane. After failing, one would only rest for 4 hours. Even if one failed the test, there would be some consolation and a small amount of martial arts experience points, as well as a small amount of understanding of the Feng Zhongtian's attribute. Of course, the rewards for passing the test were very generous. Among the 1,000 people who passed, at least 800 of them broke through one stage from their original realm. Those who did not break through had just broken through. The low-grade life and death secret realm was considered a normal cheat. The middle-grade 9 heaven secret realm was considered a high-level cheat. If I want to enter a high-grade secret realm, wouldn't I be able to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground? Wouldn't I be able to explode the Japanese's head from 800 miles away? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. He was feeling super good right now. Because he had been drinking tea for an entire day, he was about to have gallstones. More than 800 disciples passed the test and obtained more than 8,000 contribution points for no reason. 8,000 a day. 8,000 10 days. 800,000 100 days. 1,000 days, plop. Jun Changxiao clutched his chest and fell from the chair with a smile on his face. Not good. Patriarch fainted again. Chapter 1160. The 9 levels of heaven in the 9 heaven mystery realm corresponded to the 9 elements of heaven and earth. Especially Wu Zhongtian, not only would he be rewarded with experience points, but he would also be able to increase his weapon compatibility. After Yi Xingchen recovered, he summoned Li Shang to heaven again and felt that he was more compatible with it than before. He would definitely be able to increase his power. As for the disciples who passed the test, regardless of their cultivation or understanding of the heaven and earth elements, they would all be greatly improved. This 9 heaven mystery realm is really a holy land for leveling up. Jun Changxiao shook his head in joy. Unfortunately, I'm still in a weakened state. Otherwise, I would have gone in long ago. There was still a long time before the cooldown of the space-time mystery realm refreshed. Hence, Go Xing could only drink tea and fish. Of course, he had thought of entering the beginner-grade spacetime mystery realm, but it shared the same cooldown as the intermediate-grade spacetime mystery realm. Hence, there was no time acceleration. During this period, I can only be a pretty boy, Jun Changxiao said as he lay on the rocking chair. After that, there were disciples who passed the test every day, earning him at least 5,000 contribution points. He was so happy that he almost went into shock again. According to the manual, the 9 heaven mystery realm would refresh once every 7 days. Before the first batch of disciples were done, those who passed the test first could challenge it again. It could be an endless cycle. If I get 5,000 contribution points every day, I'm going to be rich. However, after 2 days, something terrible happened. When the contribution points reached 20,000, although the disciples who passed the test and leveled up, they did not give Jun Changxiao any rewards. The system said, obviously, there is a limit to the mystery realm. It can't satisfy the host's needs. Hence, it gives endless contribution points. Jun Changxiao was devastated. After the first cooldown period, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the rest continued to challenge. Some were rewarded after passing the test, while others were not. After some investigation, they found out that the disciples who gave Jun Changxiao contribution points did not challenge the same mystery realm at the beginning. Those who did not receive any rewards challenged the same mystery realm. Understood. The system said, every mystery realm will reward 20,000 contribution points. Once the contribution points are maxed out, the host will not receive any benefit. Jun Changxiao hugged his head and said, I've already used a cheat to this extent, so why can't I be a little more ferocious? He calmed down and thought about it carefully. 20,000 for the first layer of heaven, and 180,000 for the 9th layer of heaven. Not only was it not a loss to spend 100,000 to buy the 9 heavens mystery realm, but it was also a great profit. This was a huge profit. This was because after 3 cooldowns, tens of thousands of disciples had entered the secret realm one after another. Their cultivations had all increased, especially Wuzong and Martial King. As long as they passed the challenge, they would break through. They already had all kinds of cultivation facilities and high-grade spirit-gathering formations, as well as pills for breaking through major realms. Now they even had a secret realm where they could enter every 7 days to raise their cultivation. The sect of all times was really going to soar. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples had been training in the training tower, spirit-gathering spell, and life and death secret realm, 9 sky secret realm, and mid-rank space secret realm every day. Their spiritual roots and physical strength had been refined to an extremely high level, and they had so many cultivation tools to assist them. If there was no strong resistance, breaking through Wu Sheng's level would be child's play. Stomp. Jun Changshao walked out of the vortex of the space secret realm in high spirit. Sensing the cultivation of the 9th grade sword and martial saints, he said proudly, "If the sect of all times can develop steadily for another 2 or 3 years, it will be a piece of cake for us to become the most powerful sect in the Starfall continent." Actually, they were already the most powerful sect now. Which sect on the continent had 2 martial emperors? Of course, Jun Changshao was still a little worried. After all, although the black and white double ghosts were powerful, they were still from the upper realm. If the system did not acknowledge them, then they would be doomed. It's still the safest and most reliable way for me and my disciples to become stronger and dominate the Starfall continent with our strength. As he spoke, Jun Changshao crushed 10 experience talismans. After a while, a notification sounded in his ears. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to the peak of sword and martial saints. Peak already? Sigh, it was too easy. Jun Changshao jumped onto the main hall and spread his arms with a look of enjoyment. Come on, the epic level mission. Ding! The host has reached the peak of Wu Sheng. Requirement met. Epic level mission activated. Ding! The host has reached the peak of Sword Saint. Requirement met. Epic level mission activated. After the notification ended, Jun Changshao opened the data panel and clicked on the first epic level mission. Epic level mission 11. Mission details. The Galactic Seafarer King has countless enemies. The host has killed him and successfully shouldered all of his grudges. Please be sure to deal with whatever comes your way. Mission failure. Killed by the enemy of the Galactic Seafarer King. Mission reward? After reading Sure 11, Jun Changshao squatted down and took a puff of his cigar. Then, he roared in his heart, "Why should I shoulder all the grudges he owes me?" The system also roared, "Damn, this seems to be another spoiler." "Oh right." Jun Changshao calmed down and said seriously, "Doesn't this mission mean that someone will come looking for trouble with me?" The system was speechless. It was normal for the host to guess such an obvious epic-level mission. Jun Changshao didn't think too much about the Galactic Seafarer King's enemy. Then, he clicked on the second epic-level mission. Epic-level mission U12. Mission details. Please protect your loved ones. Mission reward? Seeing that there was no mission failure notification, Jun Changshao was stunned for a while and said, "That's it? That's it." It was so clean and neat. Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. The original host was born poor. His parents died early and he didn't hide his identity. Therefore, he didn't have any loved ones. The system said, "Haven't the host always boasted that the sect of all times is your home and that you're his parent? Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji can be considered your loved ones." That makes sense. Jun Changshao suddenly understood. The next second, His eyes suddenly became cold and sharp. He said, "This mission is a spoiler. Someone will hurt them and they need my protection? That should be it." Crack! Jun Changshao clenched his fists and said with a murderous look, "If anyone dares to hurt my disciples, I'll send them to hell." Since he was given an epic-level mission to protect his loved ones, it meant that the enemy was very powerful. With his personality, he definitely wouldn't tolerate anything that could hurt his disciples. "I understand now." Suddenly, Jun Changshao had an idea. He said, "The Galactic Seafarer King's enemies are all transferred to me. If they attack, they might hurt my disciples." "In that case," the system said, "it seems like there are two epic-level missions, but it's actually no different from one." Jun Changshao raised his head and looked at the boundless sky. A solemn expression appeared on his face as he said, "Those enemies of the handsome man, if you dare to cause trouble in the falling star continent, I will make sure that none of you will be able to return alive." Chapter 1161. The two epic-level missions were full of spoilers. First of all, he had Jun Changshao act as if he was telling him to deal with whatever came his way. Wasn't this telling him that his enemies would come looking for trouble? The second one was even simpler. Family? Wasn't that his precious disciple? Even Aunt Wang and the villagers, who had taken care of him after transmigrating, could be counted as family too. Host, please protect your family. Sure, the 12th's brief mission revealed too much information. It also made Jun Changshao instantly become serious. He might not be serious normally, and even fainted from excitement when calculating contribution points. However, when it came to critical moments, he would not be careless at all. The handsome man's enemy must be from another dimension. Jun Changshao said, "If they come looking for trouble, they will definitely cross the universe. So, we need to be prepared in advance." Black and White Guardians. Here. Set up defenses outside the falling star continent. Forbid anyone from crossing the universe to enter. Yes. Swish. Swish. After the Black and White double ghosts became the Sect's guardians, they received their first mission. They hovered outside the falling star continent to guard and stop any powerhouses who might suddenly attack. Elder Zhen. Jun Changshao said again, "Activate the Sect Protecting Formation." Buzz. The Sect Protecting Formation with Iron Bone Mountain as the center and extending to Iron Bone Town was activated. The materialized light barrier gradually disappeared. Jun Changshao also ordered the disciples and townspeople not to go out during this period to avoid danger. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma said in surprise, "There's a situation." Li Qingyang said with a serious expression, "The Sect Protecting Formation hasn't been activated for a long time." To be precise, not only had the Sect Protecting Formation not been activated, but he also rarely saw the Patriarch so serious. This meant that something big might happen soon. "Let's go." Yi Xingchen said, "Let's go cultivate." Something that could make the Patriarch so serious was definitely not simple. The only thing they could do was to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Because of Jun Changshao's successive orders, the atmosphere in the sect of all times became serious. Jiang Ye, the Ning brothers, and the other higher-ups also began to focus on cultivation. Ding Xingwang and Gongsun Haohai had also entered closed-door training. Ding Xingwang had already broken through to 8th grade Wuxing, while the latter was only one step away from Wuxing's level. The one who trained the hardest was the Purple King. As long as the cooldown of the Nine-Heaven Mystery Realm was over, he would immediately enter Wu Zhongtian to train. As a noble beast, it could not practice human martial arts. However, as long as it passed the trial of the Secret Realm, it could still obtain the corresponding experience points and weapon compatibility. As for Jun Changxiao's contract beast, for instance, Xiao Longlong and Xiao Maxian could also rely on the Nine Heavens Mystic Realm to increase their strength. There was also the Purple Lightning Spirit Tiger, the contract beast with the least sense of presence and the most eye-catching appearance. It would also frequently enter the thunder heaven to cultivate, increasing its own strength and control of lightning. It could be said that the 9 heavens mystic realm represented 9 different heavens of different attribute. Regardless of whether it was a human or a beast, as long as their attributes were compatible, they could enter to cultivate. What about those without attributes? For instance, sword cultivator Zhou Hong and blade cultivator Ma Yongning? They could also enter to cultivate because Wu Zhongtian was focused on this aspect. The cultivation trend in the sect of all times was stronger than before. Although Jun Changshao had made many arrangements and prepared for a rainy day, he was still a little worried. The system said, "The enemies of the handsome guy are definitely not weak. If they appear in the falling star continent, the disaster from 10,000 years ago will happen again." So Jun Changshao sat in the main hall with his fingers interlocked and his chin resting on the back of his hand. He frowned and said, "That's why I asked the black and white guardians to stand guard outside. If they want to fight, they have to fight outside the universe. They can't affect this place." Nothing could happen to the falling star continent, because the main mission had not been completed. Although Go Shing did not want to be a hero who saved the world, he had done so many times over the years. For example, he took care of the Soul Race Hall Master, blackmailed the Demon Emperor's Gate, swept through the dimensional battlefield, dealt with Emperor Jinwei, attacked the Soul Race continent, and killed the Galactic Navigation King. However, after saving the world so many times, only the dimensional battlefield was recognized by the world. It was mainly because they did not know. Just like this time, the wind was blowing before the storm. They were still living their lives as usual, completely unaware of the danger that was coming from the universe. Dimensional battlefield. The major planes were depressed because the Soul Race continent was too strong. If anyone provoked them, the leader of the stronghold would visit them personally. They could not tolerate it. They had to teach her a lesson. Under the Scarlet Sea continent's operation, the bullied planes formed an alliance and began to discuss how to deal with the Soul Race continent. In the past, when the Falling Star continent was extremely arrogant, the Scarlet Sea continent, Lingyun continent, and other planes had formed an alliance. However, when Jun Changshao killed tens of thousands of experts in a fit of rage, those who should be cowed immediately did so, and those who should pay did so. Humph! At the temporary meeting place of the alliance, Hong Yao sneered and said, "Although that woman is strong, she is too weak compared to Jun Changshao. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to her." The difference was too great. They could not instantly kill tens of thousands of people. Palace Master Hong, the vast continent and Shalos continent have agreed to send strong warriors to assist, the leader of Lingyun continent said with a smile. "Is that so?" Hong Yao was instantly overjoyed. The vast continent and Shalos continent were the first-tier planes in the dimensional battlefield. With their help, dealing with the Soul Race continent would be easy. What did the 9 heavens continents say? City Lord Mo did not reply. Sigh. Hong Yao shook his head and said, "In my opinion, City Lord Mo is afraid of Jun Changshao. He is even afraid of the Soul Race continent. 9 heavens continent, inside the stronghold." Mo Shangxing, who was sitting at the head of the table, was carefully reading the information about the Soul Race continent. "So this is a race with divine abilities. No wonder Empress Rose is so strong," the elder below said. Mo Shangxing frowned and said, "The soul race can reside in the bodies of other living beings to improve themselves. This is a bit unbelievable. The Scarlet Sea continent and Lingyun continent have requested our help to deal with the Soul Race continent. City Lord, do you have a choice?" the elder asked. Mo Shangxing put down the information and said, "Although there is no one on this continent, I feel that it is not simple. So let the other planes cause trouble. We will continue to remain neutral." The elders fell silent. Not to mention Hong Yao and the other leaders, even they thought that after the city lord was extorted by Jun Changshao, he had become abnormally cautious. He was not as strong as the first tier should be. In the endless universe, dozens of warships were flying at an extremely fast speed. On the leading warship, a white-haired elder sat cross-legged on the bow, holding a compass in his hand to guide the way. He, who had used the time reversal technique, saw the scene of the interstellar navigation monarch being killed and locked onto the coordinates of the perpetrator. So this time, he was heading to the falling star continent. Sect of all times. Just as the dozens of warships were infinitely close, Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and looked up at the rolling dark clouds gathering in the sky. He said, "A storm is coming. Is the opponent very strong?" Lu Qianqian appeared behind him out of nowhere. Because she had cultivated many times in the frozen heavens, the cold aura was stronger than before. Yes. Jun Changshao nodded. Lu Qianqian said, "Qingyang and Zheji are ready to die for the sect. What about you?" Jun Changshao asked. Lu Qianqian did not answer. She looked up at the rolling dark clouds, and a trace of determination flashed in her cold eyes. Jun Changshao stood up and said, "Your deaths are due to my negligence, so—" He raised his hand, and a vast power erupted, turning into a large hand that grabbed the dark clouds. He said with a cold gaze, "This kind of thing is not allowed to happen." Not only did his powerful voice shatter the dark clouds, but it also rippled in the sky above the sect of all times. The disciples who heard this felt their blood boil. Even Yi Xingqian, who had always been proud and aloof, stood outside the Tower of Trials with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. This sect. Even if I have to be reborn again, I will defend and protect it. Come on, baby. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers, and the magically modified sound system suddenly sounded like a cat's meow. The disciples immediately started dancing, and the heavy atmosphere in the sect was replaced by joy. F***CK. The system roared. A storm is coming, and you still have the mood to dance with your disciples. Chapter 1162. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others could tell that something big was about to happen from the Patriarch's deployment, so they focused all their attention on cultivation. They also knew that the opponent this time might be very powerful, but as members of the sect of all times, they had to fight to the death no matter what. This was their home, and they couldn't allow outsiders to invade. Old Wu. In the universe, on the interstellar battleship leading the way, the powerful burly man asked, "How long will it take to find the murderer of the Navigator Monarch?" 7 or 8 days at the fastest, 1 month at the slowest, the white-haired old man replied. He only confirmed Jun Changshao's appearance from the time reversal technique. If he wanted to find a hiding place in the vast universe, he had to deduce along the way. To be exact, he could only search by following the aura left behind by the murderer. He didn't have a lock on the falling star continent. That guy killed the Navigator Monarch and took away all the interspatial rings. The remnant scroll must be with him, the white-haired old man said with certainty. Of course, he was also a little surprised. From the mirror image, the murderer didn't seem old, but he could easily cut off the Navigator Monarch's head. Could it be that an experienced martial artist was pretending to be young? The scene the white-haired old man had deduced was that when Jun Changshao killed the handsome man, the black and white double ghosts attacked. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come with such fanfare. Humph. The burly middle-aged man said coldly, "No one can take away something that we, the 5 tyrants of the universe, want." They had been searching for the 7 profound rays remnant scroll for a long time. It wasn't easy to find the Navigator Monarch, but someone else beat them to it. The white-haired old man didn't deduce where Jun Changshao was in the falling star continent in 7 or 8 days because the aura suddenly stopped after traveling a certain distance. He had to search for a long time before he found it. Why did it stop? Because at that time, Jun Changshao had already changed to an ancient battleship and used high-grade spirit stones to travel faster. So, there was almost no aura left for the white-haired old man to capture. At this rate, it would take at least a month to find the falling star continent. Jun Changshao did not know when the storm would come, but since the epic quest had been given, it would definitely happen. Therefore, he was always on guard every day. Furthermore, he took the opportunity to summon the archaic warship and fly out to find a desolate plain not far from the starfall continent. The black and white double ghosts could ignore the power of the universe and fight here and there, but Jun Changshao couldn't. Thus, they had to choose a location in advance. It was very important to find a place before a fight. 10 days. 20 days. Time passed slowly. One day, Yi Xingqian walked out of the entrance of the Nine Heavens Mystery Realm. Instantly, a majestic aura erupted from his body. In the past month, he had been focusing on cultivation, and his cultivation had reached the peak of Wu Huang's level. What he had spent hundreds of years to accomplish in his previous life, he had accomplished in just a few years after his rebirth. His speed could be said to be super-fast. The Taixin Sutra did not contribute much to Yi Xingqian's rapid cultivation speed. The Sect of all Times's various martial arts facilities were the greatest help, especially the Nine Heavens Mystery Realm that had been set up not long ago. This miraculous martial arts auxiliary tool made him realize that whether he could break through to Martial Emperor or shatter the void depended on it. On Nyo. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the main hall, said, "Soon, there might be strong enemies coming. I hope you can fight for the sect and stand up for your fellow disciples." Why did he say that? Because in his opinion, Yi Xingqian did not have a strong sense of identity with the sect. He hoped that with the help of this invasion, he could cultivate that kind of unforgettable feeling that came from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xingqian said with a serious expression, "I will. I'm very happy that you have a sense of identity with the sect," Jun Changshao said with a smile. Yi Xingqian turned his face away and thought to himself, "I don't allow others to touch the sect of all times because I don't want to lose a cultivation holy land. Please don't misunderstand." "Okay, I got it." Damned Sundara. Yi Xingqian was not the only one who had a breakthrough. Lu Qianqian and He Wudi were also making rapid progress. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were not to be outdone. They were courageously chasing after them. In this month, the cultivation speed of the Sect of all time's core disciples could be described as skyrocketing. "Everything is within my expectations," Jun Changshao said proudly. After reading the Nine Heavens Mystery Realms manual, he had already imagined the scene at this moment. After all, it was worth 100,000 contribution points. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, on the peak where the elders lived, a strong aura of advancement erupted. The disciples were so shocked that they all turned their heads to look. Elder Sun is about to break through to Wu Xing. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others looked envious. This was the level they were looking forward to the most. Jun Changshao, who was lying in the main hall, said with a smile, "From today onwards, the Sect of all times has another Wu Xing level elder." However, a few days after Gongsun Haohai broke through to Wu Xing, Jiang Ye, the Ning brothers, and Elder Go, the 4 old F4S, also used the Nine Heavens Mystery Realms martial arts facilities to successfully enter the half-step Wu Xing. Excluding the newly arrived black and white double devils, as well as the purple king and the other beasts, the Sect of all times already had 2 Wu Xing and 4 half-saints. This was very tough. Patriarch Li Qingyang reported, "Of the 2,000 inner disciples, 300 are Wu Huang, and the rest are all martial kings." When Jun Changshao was outside, the sect was not in a static state. For example, the sect's annual sect competition would be held as promised, and the disciples with good results would enter the inner sect. Now, there were 2,000 people in the sect. In fact, according to the standards of other sects, the outer sect disciples who failed to be selected were qualified to enter the inner sect. However, in a competition between a group of geniuses, only geniuses could be selected. It was no exaggeration to say that the Sect of all Times' annual Sect competition was more exciting and intense than the highest-level competition on the Starfall continent. It was a bit like Huaxia's table tennis. It might be easy to go out and win the World Championship, but it would be hell to come back and win the national games. After listening to the report, Jun Changshao ordered, "Let them continue to cultivate. Don't be distracted for even a moment." Yes. Li Qingyang hurriedly went to make arrangements. Jun Changshao continued to patrol the various halls as usual. However, just as he arrived at the Drizzle Hall, White Rakshas's voice rang in his ears. "Little brother, there are dozens of interstellar warships rushing over." Dozens of warships? The interstellar sailing king had so many enemies? The handsome man's warship could hold tens of thousands of people. Now that dozens of warships were coming, there must be a lot of people. "Disciples, listen up," Jun Changshao said in a clear voice. "Follow me onto the ancient warship." Yes. Whoosh, whoosh. The entire Sect of all times suddenly became lively. The Sect's upper echelons, led by Old Ding, flew to the warship docked outside Iron Bone Mountain. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples followed closely behind. In a short time, the ancient warship could hold thousands of people. The camera panned over them one by one. They were all wearing excellent armor and represented the Sect of all times' strongest combat power. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew over last and stood at the bow of the warship. His spiritual senses entered the engine. With a whoosh, the ancient warship flew out of the falling star continent and hovered in the endless dark universe. The disciples who did not follow were all silently praying for the patriarch, elders, and senior brothers, hoping that they could return safely. Because Li Qingyang and the others had followed them when they were searching for the location of the battle, they did not look around. Instead, they were on high alert at all times. "Patriarch." Old Ding pointed into the distance and said, "What is that?" In the seemingly endless darkness, there were dozens of light spots the size of rice grains. They grew bigger and bigger, and the distance between them grew closer and closer. On the first warship, the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. His turbid gaze seemed to pierce through the void and locked onto the young man on the warship. He said in a low voice, "This kid is the murderer." Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, dozens of warships accelerated and hovered in the distance with a powerful aura. Martial artists of all shapes and sizes appeared on the deck. They looked at Jun Changshao and the Sect of all times disciples with ferocious and mocking eyes. There was actually a warship docked in the starry sky of a low-tier plane. It seemed like it was waiting for us. Now that was interesting. Ah! One of the 5 hegemons stood at the bow of the warship and laughed eerily. "I thought that the one who stole the scroll was a top-tier expert. Turns out it was just trash from a low-tier plane." Ding! One punch surekill charged at 5%. Damn! It was charged just like that? Jun Changshao was stunned. However, he cupped his fists and said, "The hospitable falling star welcomes you." Chapter 1163. Welcome! Does this guy think we're here to play? Ha ha ha! The martial artists on the dozens of warships roared with laughter. The disdain and contempt in their eyes grew stronger. The white-haired elder was more composed. He asked, "So, you're from the Falling Star continent?" He had a star map with most of the dimensions marked on it, so he quickly learned the name of the continent below the Archean battlefield. His companion was right. This was indeed a very trashy dimension. Even the desolate plain where the handsome man had died had stronger spatial barriers than this one. The Falling Star continent in ancient times was actually not too bad, but after it split apart, the situation deteriorated. That's right. Jun Changshao was still smiling. However, Yi Xingqian, who was standing behind him, was filled with killing intent. The warships were already ugly, and now they were laughing without restraint. They were so ugly that one could not bear to look at them directly. If Knight Emperor had his peak cultivation, he would definitely fly over and smash the warships to pieces to prevent his eyes from being wronged. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others frowned. Those martial artists who looked like subordinates were not weak. If they fought with them, it would be very interesting. On the battlefield, Gou Xing had killed tens of thousands of people and shocked the other dimensions. He could only find martial artists from the spirit origin continent to spar with him. However, he still adhered to the principle of friendship first and learning from each other, so he could not feel anything from the fight. Now that these uninvited guests were all powerful and came with ill intentions, they should be able to use their strength to their heart's content. Under the Patriarch's leadership, they had all become warmongers. Moreover, they always remembered the Sect's #1 motto, to be indifferent to life and death. The white-haired elder said, "You killed the interstellar navigation monarch?" "That's right." "You also took the spatial ring?" "That's right." Jun Changshao answered all the questions. This also made the 5 hegemons certain that the 4th volume of the 7 Mystic Sunglow fragment was on him. Not only that, 1, 2, 3, and 3 were also here. Brothers, if you can get rid of Gou Xing, not only will the readers be overjoyed, but they will also guarantee that they will immediately reach the peak of their lives. Brat. The gloomy man sneered and said, "You took the initiative to fly out and wait for us. I'm afraid you're worried that the plane will be affected. If that's the case, why don't you hurry up and hand over the scroll? Maybe I'll be happy and spare your dog life." Ding. Charge 10% for 1 punch kill. Another 5 points. As expected, it's the same as what I remember. If the opponent you meet is arrogant enough, you can kill them with 1 punch. Of course. What surprised Jun Changshao was that the other party actually wanted him to hand over the remnant scroll. 7 mysterious Sunglow broken scroll? F***CK. He had only bought it for a short period of time, and he hadn't even had the time to cultivate it. He hadn't even distributed it to his disciples, yet the thief had already come knocking on his door. This was way too fast. The system was speechless. Volume 2, The Rose Queen. Volume 3, The Black and White Double Break. Now that the host had bought Volume 4, the people who were related to it had come again. How small was the universe for them to meet so easily? The system muttered, "I wonder where the unlucky bastard from Volume 1 is." That unlucky bastard, Volume 1, was currently standing in front of Jun Changshao, looking indifferently at the 5 martial emperors with strength comparable to martial emperors. If I had the cultivation of peak Wu Xing right now, he would thought to himself, I should be able to defeat any one of the 5 of them. People who came down from the upper echelons were just that confident. Friend. Jun Changshao looked at the gloomy man, clasped his fists and said, "Looking at your imposing appearance and extraordinary martial prowess, you must be a big shot in the universe, right?" He had already figured out the pattern, and a plan formed in his mind. "Brat," the gloomy man said proudly, "your strength isn't much, but your eyesight is not bad." "That's right. I am one of the 5 hegemons of the universe, who has rampaged across the universe for thousands of years, killing gods and Buddhas. Ding. Charge 20% for 1 punch kill." As expected, Jun Changshao thought to himself, as long as this guy acts cool, he will charge. After understanding the principle of 1 punch kill, Gou Xing was secretly delighted, because he could rely on his mouth to make the opponent even more arrogant and crazy, thus quickly reaching the release condition. What was this? Others act cool, but he became stronger. "So you are one of the 5 hegemons of the universe, sorry for the disrespect." Jun Changshao clasped his fists and said, "Humph." The gloomy man raised his head proudly. Ding. Charge 25% for 1 punch kill. Charging even with a snort, this guy was really arrogant and despotic. "Since you are all here to ask for the remnant scroll, please follow me," Jun Changshao said politely. He needed to bring these uninvited guests out of the falling star continent as soon as possible. After all, if he attacked directly, the continent would definitely not be able to withstand the aftershock. The gloomy man was not brainless and saw through Jun Changxiao's intention, so he said calmly, "If you are worried about the continent being destroyed, quickly hand over the remnant scroll and martial arts resources, and we might not make things difficult for you and this trash plane. Ding. Charge 30% for one punch kill." Jun Changxiao said seriously, "I have placed the remnant scroll in a deserted plain far away. As long as you go there, you will naturally get it." "Is that so?" A hint of hesitation appeared in the white-haired old man's eyes. When he came, he had thought about it many times. The murderer who could kill the handsome man was extraordinary, and even if he obtained the remnant scroll, he would have to pay a price. He did not expect the other party to be so weak and so cooperative. "No," the white-haired old man said telepathically, "it might be a trap." "Old Wu," the gloomy man said disdainfully, "even if a trash from a low-level plane has some tricks up his sleeve, he is still just a pitiful ant in front of me. Ding. Charge 60% for one punch kill." Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded when he suddenly heard that the value had increased by 30 points. That guy did not say anything, so why did it increase again? Could it be that when acting cool to the extreme, a casual glance could trigger the condition? "Kid." The gloomy man sneered and said, "Lead the way. However, let me remind you, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, even if you run to the upper realm, you will die." Tisk. The black-white double ghosts in the dark laughed coldly. Not only were there strong barriers to the upper realm, but there were also heavenly Tao laws. That guy said that it was like his own backyard, and that he could enter and leave as he pleased? The gloomy man's act of acting cool made the black-white double ghosts unable to continue watching. Without a doubt, they also increased the charge of one punch kill from 60% to 90%. If all the opponents I meet in the future are so arrogant and despotic, then I will really be invincible. Jun Changxiao thought to himself as he controlled the ancient warship to fly toward the desolate plain he had chosen. The 5 hegemons of the cosmos immediately followed for the remnant scroll. Dozens of warships followed behind the ancient warship, and the formation was quite intense. The white-haired old man said, "This kid will definitely not hand over the remnant scroll so easily. We must not be careless lest we fail miserably." The coarse man and the other 2 nodded. The gloomy man said calmly, "This guy should be going to a desolate plain far away. When he reaches there, you don't have to do anything. Leave it to me." Whoosh, the ancient warship cut through the cosmos. After a while, it penetrated the space barrier and merged with the desolate plain. There were no living beings here, and it was all barren land. It was very suitable for battle. It would be fine even if the entire continent was destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Old Ding, the Purple King, Li Qingyang, and the others jumped off the warship. They got into formation and started to warm up before the battle. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of warships also flew in. Whoosh, whoosh. However, before the warship could come to a stable stop, the gloomy man unleashed his martial emperor-level cultivation and gathered his powerful energy to suppress the warship. The range of his aura was very wide. It was obvious that he was not only going to capture Jun Changxiao but also kill all the disciples of the sect of all times. This was a ruthless person. This is a little troublesome. The black-white double ghosts in the dark were about to rush out. No need. However, just as they moved, they heard Jun Changxiao's voice. "Leave it to me." Leave it to him? The black-white double ghosts were a little confused. If this sworn brother of theirs had turned into a stone statue, they would not be worried at all. However, he had not used the stone statue race's special ability. How could he face a martial emperor? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Violent airwaves pressed down from the sky. The space of the barren land could not withstand it and started to crack. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood behind Jun Changshao. They felt the suffocating aura. Their faces gradually turned hideous, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. A martial emperor was so terrifying. It was strange. Faced with such an unsolvable situation, they were only suppressed by the aura because the patriarch was standing beside them. They did not feel any fear. Brat! How dare you snatch something that the 5 hegemons of Starry Sky want? Today, you will compensate with the lives of your subordinates. The gloomy man's eyes flashed with strong murderous intent as he descended from the sky. He smiled disdainfully as if all the living beings below were ants in his eyes. Compensate with the lives of my disciples? Jun Changshao was completely enraged when he thought of Shi-Er's mission. Stomp! He took a step forward and said angrily, "How dare you hurt my disciples? I will send you to heaven first." Boom! There were no fancy moves or superfluous battle descriptions. An explosive force instantly rippled from the barren land, and then dust and huge ripples filled the sky. Ka! Wherever the energy wave passed, space and ground quickly cracked. Swish! Bam! The gloomy man flew out of the dust like a cannonball and directly passed through his own battleship. The entire sky instantly exploded, and the scorching flames dyed the originally dark environment red. The black and white Rakshas's eyes were wide open as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. On the battleship at the front of the team that was not affected, the white-haired old man, the burly middle-aged man, and the others were also stunned. The 6 of them could clearly see what had just happened. Therefore, the shock brought by that scene was insanely strong. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The wind whistled and the dust scattered. The camera looked down from above. With Jun Changshao as the center, there was a crater that was at least 50 kilometers deep. As for old Ding, Li Qingyang, and the others, they staggered and struggled to stand. Question marks appeared on their faces. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? These 3 sentences could describe the feelings of everyone in the sect of all times at this moment. Because the scene just now was too sudden, so sudden that they did not see anything. Wait, why are there strands of hair floating down? Everyone gradually calmed down and hurriedly looked up. They saw Jun Changshao standing on one leg and the other leg raised high in a bombardment position. Tufts of black hair were blown away by the wind until it was blown clean, revealing a shiny head. Patriarch, he bawled. Bawled. The system's roar echoed in Jun Changshao's ears. You could have killed him with one punch. Why did you use your leg? PS 3200 plus, please vote. Chapter 1164. The gloomy man floated in the dark sky. His mouth was open, and his expression was ferocious. A clear footprint could be seen on his chest. From this person's point of view, one could see the desolate plain used for battle. He could even see a giant hole in the spatial barrier that separated the plain from the outside world. The gloomy man had used his body to break through the barrier. He was already dead, and the fatal wound was the footprint on his chest. He died just like that? The black-white twin ghosts retracted their spiritual senses, their eyes filled with shock. As top-notch experts in the mortal world, the 2 of them clearly saw Jun Changshao kick the gloomy man away when he tried to press down on him. That kick had been clean and efficient, and it hadn't required too much resources. But the more it was like that, the more terrifying its power was. It had even directly pierced through the spatial barrier of a plane. The spatial barrier of a plane was the kind that space-time worms could gnaw on. It was the final line of defense that connected the plane to the universe. Under normal circumstances, powerful cultivators could shake space when fighting on the continent, but that was only at the ordinary level. If one wanted to break through the spatial barrier of a plane, they had to have the ability to shatter the void. Jun Changshao had kicked the gloomy man out of the universe and even killed him with a single kick. This meant that he had already reached this level. That was why the black-white twin ghosts were so shocked. The patriarch hadn't used any mystical abilities, and he hadn't turned into a stone statue. How could a single kick be so ferocious? Or could it be that his cultivation had already reached the level of a martial emperor, or even higher? Had he been pretending to be weak all this time? Trump card. Senior Tonggu gave him a trump card. The black-white twin ghosts quickly came to a conclusion. Jun Changshao couldn't possibly have such a terrifying cultivation. His sudden eruption of power was definitely related to Senior Tonggu. After all, he was a personal disciple. He had even given him the ancient worship. How could he lack a life-saving trump card at a critical moment? That's it. The black-white twin ghosts confirmed their thoughts. At the same time, they also understood why the patriarch had been so calm from the start. It turned out that he had a powerful trump card. Logically speaking, the three of them definitely couldn't afford to lose. However, because Jun Changxiao's kick had been too fast and caused too much of a commotion, they hadn't been able to catch it with their current cultivation. They could only stare blankly at the giant hole in the sky. What's going on? Fifth brother. The eyes of the other four of the 5 tyrants of starry sky were suffused with monstrous anger, but it was also mixed with an especially strong fear. The gloomy man's strength was not below theirs, but he was actually kicked to death. Just how terrifying was this young man's strength? Sigh. Jun Changshao put down his foot and said indifferently, "You really can't take a kick." The corners of the black-white double devil's mouths twitched violently. "My little brother, with that simple kick of yours just now, if it were us brothers we would have died on the spot as well." However, the black and white double breaks took a long time to react. It took them quite a while before they roared inwardly, "Why are you bald after kicking him?" At this point, Jun Changshao felt like crying. After the one-punch kill had reached 100%, he felt an extremely explosive power gathering in his body. He could even control it at will. Thus, he had a flash of inspiration. Why not use his feet to avoid the side effects? That was a good idea. Reality was cruel. The strength of one-punch kill didn't lie in the punch, but in the word kill. Regardless of whether it was punches, kicks, fingers, or buttocks, as long as the user met the sure kill requirement, the user's hair would inevitably fall off. Unsealing unstoppable blade and entering a weakened state, activating one-punch kill would instantly cause hair to fall off. All of these met the conditions of an equivalent exchange. It's not a big problem. The system comforted him. The host has a hair growth agent. His hair will reach his waist by the next day. Jun Changshao broke down. Why do I feel that these words are a bit unreliable coming from the mouth of a toxic healer like you? Suddenly, laughter came from behind him. Jun Changshao, with his shiny head, hurriedly turned around and saw Su Xiaoma trying hard to hold back his laughter with one hand. His face was red from holding back his laughter. Xiao Ziji and Li Fei lowered their heads. The two of them really didn't dare to look at the patriarch. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to control their emotions and laugh out loud. It would have been better if Jun Changshao hadn't turned around. Now that he did, Su Xiaoma, who had undergone strict training, couldn't help but laugh out loud again. In the end, no matter how funny it was, he wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Laughter was contagious. Li Fei, who was still trying to hold back his laughter, heard Su Xiaoma laughing. He couldn't help but squat on the ground and laugh wildly with one hand covering his face. The most exaggerated one was Li Tiantian, who was already lying on the ground laughing. To be honest, the shiny head of the patriarch was simply too funny. Bang! 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 3 streaks of fist light flashed past. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Li Tiantian stood neatly with big bumps on their heads. Their expressions were extremely serious. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. Coincidentally, he saw Li Qingyang from the corner of his eyes. He found that not only was he standing upright, but his expression didn't change. He immediately felt gratified. My second disciple is still the most reliable. Second senior brother. Su Xiaomo asked for advice. How did you do it? Li Qingyang said, sealing my vision. So that's how it is. Why didn't I think of it? At this time, except for the truly reliable Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, He Wudi, and the others all sealed their vision. Because the bald head of the patriarch was really a test of their ability to hold back their laughter. Everyone. Jun Changshao turned around, and a ray of light flashed in his head. He said, Do you still want my remnant book? His voice was flat, and there was no strong aura. It was as if he was an ordinary person. The more he was like this, the more the four tyrants felt the pressure. After all, the scene of the cold man being kicked to death was still vivid in their minds, and it was still echoing in their sea of consciousness. This was deterrence, this was deterrence. The black and white double breaks, who were originally quite worried, were now safely hiding in the dark. With the explosive kick of the patriarch just now, not to mention dealing with the other four powerhouses, it would be easy to destroy everyone on the warship. Elder Wu. The coarse middle-aged man transmitted his voice. What do we do? He really wanted to get the 7 profound Sunglow remnant book, but the young man opposite him killed his companion with one kick. It was too terrifying, and he had to follow his heart. The white-haired old man frowned. At this time, he finally understood why the Starry Sky Navigation Monarch was killed with one strike. This person is strong. We can't fight him head-on. Retreat. If we can't do it openly, we'll do it secretly. After a short discussion, the four of them reached a consensus to escape as soon as possible. It was really difficult for them to give up on the remnant book. After all, they had been searching for a long time. If they couldn't do it openly, they could only do it secretly. Patriarch. White Rakshasa transmitted her voice. These people are thinking of retreating. Retreating? Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. He immediately took out the first, second, third, and fourth copies of the remnant book. He smiled and said, I don't only have remnant book 4. I also have remnant books 1, 2, 3, and 3. The four tyrants, who were about to retreat, saw this and their eyes burned. It's the same as recorded. The white-haired old man immediately judged from the shape of the remnant books that these were the 7 mysterious light-break remnant books that they had been searching for. And there were 4 of them at once. They couldn't retreat. They had to get them. A strong sense of greed took over their mind, forcing the 4 tyrants to give up their plan to escape. They stared at the 4 remnant books. Everyone. Jun Changshao said loudly, If your subordinates can defeat the disciples behind me, these 4 remnant books will be given to you with both hands. The 4 tyrants looked at each other. They didn't know what the other party was up to. There wasn't anything special. They just wanted to use this opportunity to provide their disciples with more powerful combat opportunities. The white-haired old man fell into deep thought, wondering if the other party had any other trick. But the burly middle-aged man standing next to him couldn't stand it anymore. He said coldly, If that's the case, then we'll accept it. Shwa! He waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of disciples jumped out of the warships under his control. Their strength was comparable to the level of King Wu, Wu Huang, and even Wu Xing. Snap! Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, Babies, start your performance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others flew over. They stood dozens of meters away from the thousands of warriors in various postures. The aura that emerged seemed to turn into wolf skins on their bodies, and their eyes gradually became sharp. The Purple King shouted angrily. However, no matter how his blue veins bulged and how his aura erupted, the clothes that Jun Changshao gave him not long ago seemed to stick to his skin. They couldn't burst his skin at all.